Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's interconnected business environment, seamless integration is paramount. Organizations require tools that facilitate the smooth flow of data and processes across diverse systems. Let us explore the SAP BTP Integration Suite. SAP BTP Integration Suite is like the conductor of a symphony, orchestrating the seamless flow of data and processes across your entire organization. It's the glue that binds your various applications and systems together, ensuring they work in harmony to drive efficiency and innovation. Integrating systems boosts productivity by 20-30% and cuts costs by 40-50%. With SAP BTP Integration Suite, tap into this potential for success in today's digital world. Integration isn't just a buzzword, it's essential for survival in business. In this course, we'll cover everything you need to know to harness the full capabilities of the SAP BTP Integration Suite. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us look at the agenda. 1. Integration Suite UI Overview. 2. Undergoing a first approach with an API. 3. SAP Graph. 4. Introduction to REST. 5. Introduction to OData. Let's dive in.
Okay, so as you know, Integration Suite is a new capability. Like it is actually a combination of multiple services that SAP has put together. Okay, so just before I go in detail about agenda, I want to give a brief about what is Integration Suite. So Integration Suite is nothing but is a cloud offering from SAP BTP, okay, where this is a SaaS that can support multiple different capabilities. So it can support integration to B2B, like your B2B scenarios, B2C scenarios, and also it can cover some integration to third-party system connectivity and between SAP system. It touches multiple services internally. And also, let's take an example, like if you want to create an API out of your integration suite, so that is also one of the capability that comes into picture. Like then I want to develop a harmonized data model within SAP BTP using SAP backend, any of the backend services. I can use another service within SAP Integration Suite. Right? In total, it touches almost 7 different services, and that is combined to give us a whole integration platform as a service called Integration Suite. Okay, so that's a brief about Integration Suite, and we can actually talk about agenda. So like today in this session, we'll try to cover as much as possible, like what is a distributed architecture and what is their challenge, how Integration Suite is going to resolve those challenges in the near future. Let's say if we have an ecosystem of both SAP and non-SAP system, how we are going to solve that problem, and also like how the Integration Suite UI is going to look like in general, like how to get the access for BTP and how to get the access for CPI, that we can talk in detail. Then how to create an API within Integration Suite, that is the next topic that we can talk about. Like then describing operation mode of API architecture, right? Like many of the customers that you might work on, like they want to go with a microservice architecture. If they come with a microservice architecture, how do I make the microservice as an API? That we can talk in detail. So the backbone of microservice could be your REST or your OData, that we can talk in detail. And some of your customer might be interested in having your harmonized data model. So that is nothing but SAP has come up with a new offering called SAP Graph. Like we can actually go through this kind of tools, like how we can use in your projects. So yeah, integration suite is nothing but, as I explained earlier, it's a cloud offering from BTP. So in old days, right, like BTP is called SAP Cloud Platform. So starting from last fiscal year, SAP actually changed this one to SAP Cloud Platform to SAP BTP. And in the SAP BTP, so they club multiple services under a bigger umbrella called SAP Integration Suite. And this is something like a platform as a service. So it's not a cloud, it's not a SaaS, it's a platform, it's iPaaS. So platform as a service, where it touches multiple components. As you can see here, it touches API management for API to create and manage APIs, and it touches cloud connector. It touches cloud connector to connect to any backend system, and it also has open connectors. Let's take an example. I want to connect to any non-SAP system, like I want to connect to AWS or Azure or actually S3 or my box. So I can use open connectors here. And CPI plays a major role in the entire era of integration suite, where SAP CPI stands for SAP Cloud Platform Integration, which is a process integration tool for SAP, where you can design an integration with your iFlow. So you will be creating an iFlow within CPI where you can actually connect synchronous systems. You can actually make a synchronous API exposure or synchronous process integration or asynchronous process integration. So CPI plays a major role, and that will be helpful to also connect to multiple services which is available inside integration suites with its own adapters. Okay. And also integration touches on enterprise messaging. So enterprise messaging is another offering from SAP, where if I want to have a kind of a queuing mechanism, then I have to go with enterprise messaging so that I can implement asynchronous based communication with my source and target. And coming back to the cloud connector, as I told, actually your cloud integration tool has multiple adapters that can connect to your customer experience, SAP HANA Cloud, SuccessFactors, all other SAP systems on the cloud. Because nowadays SAP exposing all their SAP Cloud SaaS solution as an API, so that you can use in your SAP CPI, then you can actually orchestrate and design a process flow to connect to multiple systems. And this is nothing but your cloud connector, where actually you will be connecting to SAP S/4HANA as an example. Like you can connect to your ECP, your EC system, or your any other ERP system. Let's take an example. If I want to connect with any other on-premise system, like I want to connect to a normal Linux system for SFTP based scenario, you can use a cloud connector. Just this is the picture, like a diagram, the picture how the integration suite is span across multiple services and how it is connected integrately to touch multiple services. So when you talk about like integration suite, right, like it has multiple features in it. Like as I explained earlier, it has managing the APIs and actually implementation of interfaces and mappings. So this is called as mix and match. SAP provide another service called SAP Integration Suite, that is called as actually your SAP Content Advisor. So Content Advisor is used to do the integration scenario for your EDI-based integration. Let's take an example. I want to send an order information to an EDI. So I can use SAP Content Advisor using Mix and Match. It has all AI-based prepackaged solution and prepackaged mappings, as well as prepackaged contents you can use to design your iFlows with Mix and Match. So that is another one. And managing trading partners, like you can actually use Open Connector to connect all your partners or your partner API systems. And actually, like you can even it provides the integration guidance like SAP CPI, right? Like when it does suppose SAP Cloud Platform Integration. With Cloud Platform Integration, you can create multiple different patterns of integration. Either you can create your inbound, like it's ingress integration based on synchronous or asynchronous, or and also your egress integration, which is nothing but outbound, like ingress synchronous or asynchronous. Mostly, most customers they want to have a synchronous when they go out. When they push out an event from a SAP system, we can talk about how that is connected in a different architecture landscape. And API integration, like there are multiple ways that actually you can create your APIs with API management. And any API, like let's take an example, you have a CPI. With CPI, you can even expose that service as a API to the outside world using API management. Then it also help to assess the migration scenarios. Let's take an example. I have some PIPO scenario, like I have existing PAPO interfaces, which is lying on my ESR and my ID, and I have multiple ICOs. And SAP CPI by default provides some assessment capability to migrate from SAP PPAPO to CPI. How we can handle that? We can actually it can provide some assessment scenario, and based on that, we can go ahead and either custom develop a new thing, or we can actually go ahead and use a prepackaged solution. And the next feature is something like a hybrid integration model. So when it comes to SAP CPI, so it will touch your integration orchestration process to connect to both on-premise system as well as cloud system. So this is your hybrid integration model where you can orchestrate multiple systems, and you can create your own data model as per your target or as per your source, and actually you can send the information to your target whenever your all the transformation logic are complete. So this is a main feature about integration suites. Then we can move on to the next slides. Like as I explained earlier, like this is the complete shoot overview where actually it touches all SAP system connectivity and just brief about how non-SAP systems are connected here, and what are the various adapters are used, and how the services are connected with SAP and non-SAP system. This is a brief diagram about that one. Okay. So coming to the distributed architecture. So distributed architecture is a kind of ecosystem. Let me go to the next slide, like you can understand it better. So in the olden days, right, like when you have a legacy system, as well as when you have a system which has multiple partners and multiple integration platform, you might actually have a common decentralized system, okay, where you'll try to integrate all your messages. Let's take an example. I want to get the point of sale data in my retail store. So if I want to get the point of sale in my retail store, I need to have a separate system lying on my retail store front, as well as at the back office. I need to have a system which can provide me data about my product information, as well as I need to have another system that can give me inventory availability information. I need to have another system that have actually it will have another information about my transactional handling or any kind of transaction confirmation. So you will have a distributed architecture in your previous world, and you will, and each and every system follows its own architecture and own data model, and has its own example, like one system can follow XML based protocol, another system can follow JSON based protocol. Like you will be implementing different architecture everywhere. And actually, if as a customer, if I want to go with a common platform that can touch upon everything into a single bucket, SAP Integration Suite offers that capability as of today. So that's a distributed architecture preference, as well as, and that's a challenge that we are going through today. So because I work with multiple retail customers, as well as multiple system outside, right? Like I could see where SAP Integration Suite plays a major role in terms of digital transformation, where I can actually eliminate multiple systems. For example, like I don't want to have store related systems separately. I don't want to have warehouse related systems separately. I don't want to have actually other systems, example, ERP systems separately. So all the system will be touched upon different integration layer. Now I can have a single integration platform to connect everything and to have a harmonized data structure for my enterprise with a reduced consumption of my architecture. So that's a complete thing. And another thing, what we see, right? Like let's take an example. If a customer is submitting an order, and let's take if you're a retail store and you're actually raising order against your inventory, and something goes wrong in your back office or in your actually in your any of your system, it's very difficult to bring the observability of where is the failure. And also, I don't have the clear visibility of my distributed trace. So that's another offering. SAP is now coming up to speed, and also they are trying to integrate all the systems with the integration of either any APM tool like Splunk, Dynatrace, and Signal FX. So we will actually talk in detail later, and we see those are the different capability gap when you have the distributed architecture, implementing your observability and managing different release management, and have a common monitoring system and latency in all the transaction which touch upon multiple ecosystem, and quality of service and security, because your one system will follow different authentication, another system will follow different authentication. Like we have different kind of security gaps between multiple platforms, and actually observability. So that is nothing but your distributed tracing. And when let's take an example to have the enterprise wide architecture that we see as a biggest challenge as of today with the distributed architecture. So like SAP proposes new way of doing this one. And here is an example like where they explain how I explained about the retail store example. This is another example like because it touches different ecosystem and SaaS solution, and that brings more complexity to your overall enterprise architecture. How you can actually mitigate that using an integration suite is going to be the next step. So let's take an example. If I have a store retail application, like I can have a application, only a standalone application that I can run on my store, and that is going to be a digital application. So in order to connect to my all system, I can have a single common integration platform with integration, SAP Cloud Platform integration, or your entire integration suite, where you can actually expose everything as an API from your SAP, and also you can actually leverage the same APIs to be connected to your third-party system as well as to your other SAP ecosystem as well. And also like and through this SAP API management, you can implement a common security protocol like the most advanced security protocol as of today is OAuth 2.0. You can have a OAuth 2.0 based authentication through your APIs. And also, if you want to get multiple information about your store and everything, you can have CPI to orchestrate uh, to go to inventory, get the inventory availability, and to go to the product information to get the product information, and to get actually order confirmation information. CPA plays a major role in such a scenario where actually you can orchestrate multiple things and it can give a real-time response as much as quick as possible. So this is nothing but your integration suite overview, which is I can go to this browser. Team, I need your actually all your user, your company email address so that I will work with the team to get all the access for you in the BTP. Especially, we provisioned a separate training server in BTP for integration suite. We can add all the participants in that one so that they will get the entire access to the integration suite service. So I have actually configured my test account here. Okay, so like if we can provide your company email address, we can go ahead and configure, and we can actually assign relevant roles for them to access the actual service. So go ahead and click on this button, go to this landing page, which is nothing but account.hanaondemand.com. Go to this landing page, click on register, it will pop up, and you can actually provide your email address, and you can actually proceed with all the steps. Then you will get a final email to activate your account. Once you activated your account, then you need to use the same thing here. So once you sign in into this account, then you will be landing into this page. So you will have a company called Alzen. So they are the providers for the testing for the training account. And once you have this one, you can see a sub account for SAP Fiori, but this is mostly for integration suite. So once you click on this one, you should be able to see, you should be able to navigate around multiple tabs. If you go to the services like Service Marketplace, then you can type something called Integration Suite. So once you click on this one, just click on Go to Application. You can also see the subscription. So just I will walk through about the entire cockpit setup, right? Like let's take an example. I want to onboard integration suite for my client. First and foremost, you need to have the service called integration suite. And in order to make this available in your cockpit, this should be first entitled to you as per the cost, because integration suite has two kind of offering. Okay, let's take an example. I am a customer, I'm an enterprise customer. I need to choose what kind of licensing I need to go, whether I need to go with light, standard, or premium. Okay, so let's take an example. I have multiple integration in my account. I want to connect to that one. I can actually go ahead with premium account. I have only like limited, like when I talk about multiple, I have 200 or 300 plus integrations. It is always recommended to go with premium account. When I have only 50 plus, it's good to have standard. If you have below 20, it is good to have light. So as an enterprise, they will always try to land in standard, because in future, by considering the integration landscape growth as well as the strategic growth, they will land in a standard. But the premium is the one that you will get a lot of features, like you will get dedicated servers in CPI, API management, and other services. So you have to work with SAP to get that one. And here you need to have the integration suite entitlement. So integration. So since for training, I choose on the plan as free, but actually when it comes to your actual corporate account, it will be completely either light, standard, or premium. So mostly enterprise will more go on standard or actually a premium account. Okay, once you have this one entitlement, then you will be able to go ahead and create your subscription. And actually, just to give a background, and so after this training, you might lose access for this tenant, but you can create your own free account in your trial account. So SAP gives 60 days of free trial account with your same email account, with your same corporate email account. You can go ahead and create your own cockpit and create all the services whichever you want, and they are giving us. You can actually demo to one team, like one team member, how to create your own at the end of the session or some middle of the session. I'll actually walk through to you, like how to create a trial account and actually how to get started your own CPI with your trial account. That should not take much time. So now once you click on create, it will take almost 60 minutes to create entire services. And you have to, once it is created, you need to go, there will be an option, go and navigate capability. You need to activate all the capabilities. So once you activate all the capabilities, then you should be able to see the CPI here. And once everything is set, like you're subscribed to integration suite, and also and I'm and I and actually I feel like I can start working on this one. Like you should see this is subscribed, and you should see all the relevant things, like all the roles added. Because integration suite touch upon multiple roles, you should see all the roles here. Okay. And once the roles are created, then you need to go and assign access to yourself. I'll actually show you the step-by-step process, but I'm just walking through the overall process. So integration suite, you can get activated here, and this will be valid. And once this is done, then you can go back to your integration suite. This is a landing page for integration suite, where it has multiple capabilities. So here it gives us all the capabilities. So main is integration, process integration, which is nothing but a CPI. And next is your API management, where you can actually create multiple APIs and you can implement multiple policies in the APIs. I'll walk through that one in detail. Then your various monitoring capabilities. So monitoring capability for integration and monitoring capability for your API proxies. And then your monitoring capabilities for your API proxy errors, which take an example, I have developed multiple APIs. How do I kind of monitor the traffic, and how do I understand what is the error for each and every API? So these are the various offering that it gives. So when I talk about capabilities, these are the default capability integration suite gives, like your CPI, your API, then trading partners, then interfacing mapping, then actually your So this is nothing but your open connectors, manage and provide integration technology. This is a guidance and assistant migration. And this is your, so this is a thing we actually, these two are paid ones. So especially let's take an example, manage, provide technology guidance on this one. This is a paid one. And this is something like a co-innovation with SAP, where it will bring various pre-packaged solution to your cockpit with a paid version. So if I want to activate these two, I need to pay to SAP. Then the SAP actually will give its access to the SAP's other customer solution that you can view in your tenant. Let me show you other capabilities as well. Yeah. So once your capabilities are managed, you should see this is active, and your API management will be active, and integration content advisor will be active. And just a quick note on integration advisor. So you should be able to see all the mix and match, but when it comes to deployment, you need a premium account to test, or a kind of a standard account to test anything. They are just giving us access to see the prepackaged content and prepackaged mappings, but we cannot run anything on the free account because it involves EDA partners licensing, so that SAP ties up that to a standard account. Okay, so another, which is your trading partner, open connector, so all those things will be active. So this is a capability as a holistic SAP gives us. So let me go to CPI. Okay, so this is our home landing page that we gone through. Like, and next you see your discover page. So discover is something like, I have discovery mode for my existing integration. Example, I'm getting a requirement to connect to success factors integration. So you can come here. You can actually, so whenever you get a requirement, my recommendation is to first and foremost thing, go to integration suite, check for any standard prepackaged solution. So this is a way that you can actually check your SAP cloud integration and check SAP. And here you can even see some more components. So vendors, I can even choose SAP. Let's take an example. I got a requirement for success factors. You can choose success factors. So which industry that I'm working for? I'm working for public sector industry. So it will give prepackaged solution for public sector industry and products. It will pop up all the products. So it will give the products for SAP HR. Then it can give SAP cloud integration for the SAP RPS. And I can choose countries. So once you have this one, you will have the prepackaged solution. So you can take any, because I chosen as government, because government is as prepackaged solution for NPO pension contribution, and this has its own artifacts, iFlows, and in order to run this iFlow, SAP always provide a prepackaged documentation. Okay, so how to run this iFlow, how to configure this content, everything will be documented here. Let's take an example. If I want to copy the solution to my cockpit, I just need to copy this one. Click on copy, this will get copied. SAP is working to bring multiple other solutions as part of prepackaged content, because whatever solution they work with other customers, and if it is a common solution that can touch upon, that can solve problem for other customers, they are trying to push this to a discover mode. You can go ahead and even bring those see the solution here also. So this is just a brief about your complete discovery mode. You can play around with all these filters, and you can actually get all those APIs, all those integrations into prepackaged content, and you can copy those solutions to your design mode, and you can actually go ahead and start using those prepackaged content as per your documentation. Then I'll come to the next tab of for APIs. This is your entire business accelerator hub. let's take an example. I want to see the metadata for sales order create in S4 system. So just I'll give a background about it. I am getting a requirement to expose a sales order API to my outside world. I want to, in order to expose that API, I want to create an Swagger based YAML, which means your API contract to my consumer. So in order to create those API contract, first I need to know what is my metadata or what is my default API metadata looks like. So like if I put, I can come to api.sap.com and I can put API underscore sales order underscore SRV. Once I type this one, it proposes multiple API offering from different systems. So it will actually propose from SAP HANA Cloud, and it doesn't propose on the on-premise one. The reason behind that actually, the cloud one will have the latest and greatest availability. But if you go back to your on-premise one, it doesn't provide the latest one because your cloud will be the latest one and your on-premise will be your at least 2 to 3 versions older one. So because you can see your what is the latest one that is available for on-premise, but what is the latest one available for cloud. But the cloud will be the latest one. But if you have anything on the on-premise, you can choose this one here. And I'm going to the on-premise based mechanism. You can choose this OData B2 API. And actually I can see my entire contract. Yeah. This is my API contract. So in order to develop this contract, you need a metadata. I'll actually tell you how to, with the metadata, how to create those contracts. Okay, so this is my contract. So let's take an example. If I am a consumer, I want to test this one. I can use any of these API models or API available methods. I can use these methods and I can test my API. So this is the overall about your API. So this is tied up to your managing API calls. So it provides the same information. It actually help you to manage, build, and deploy and monitor these APIs. So this help you to whatever you see in ap.sap.com, this brings the same information. It actually provides you API also. It actually provides entire API management, how to expose an API. So transformation will be done in your cloud platform integration. APIs are just it's just a pass through. You will be adding one more layer of policy. Like you will be implementing multiple policy to act as your gateway. It actually provides artifacts. What are the artifacts right up here? Let's take an example. This one. So it provides all the auditor services and all those things. So let's take an example. I want to create a consumer sales intelligence. It provides all the auditor native API. With this API, you can go ahead and create. Let's check. I can create what I can do. I can copy this API and I can expose this API as an SAP API managed based API. So this gives for a particular requirement what are the APIs are required. I can use this and I can either copy the entire hub or I can actually even copy API by API and I can wrap up into a single API management.
Okay.
We can touch in detail about this one. So then coming back to your type systems. So as we discussed initially, so if I want to connect to any EDI based system, SAP Integration Suite offers a separate service within its iPaaS called SAP Content Advisor, and that gives all the EDI based transaction, and that you can actually use this one as part of your implementation. So this will have almost like I could see like almost all the customers have used this whole prepackaged solution. But if they might create their own mix and match as part of their requirement, but they will be using this transformation while developing their IFs. And coming back to your design. So this is a overall summary about your discover mode. Coming back to your design mode. So this is a design mode where you will be developing your package, and within package you will be creating multiple artifacts. So let me create a separate package now. I can actually demo to you how to create a package and how to start with one artifact at least. So here in this one, like you will be creating multiple artifacts. Either you can create your integration flow or your value mapping or your API. So that's that we have seen previously. Like if I want to create cannot a harmonized data model using OData, I can create those API also. Then I can actually have a common script collection that I can use for multiple integration flow or your message mapping. So this message mapping will be used for PO based scenario where so even as I explained earlier, you can even actually develop PO also in CPI where you can actually have message mapping tied up to that one. Then your integration adapter. So let's take an example. If I want to develop a custom adapter, that I can go with that one. In order to develop the adapters, you need some default libraries, and those libraries will be referred from functional libraries. And actually, you can have your data type and message type like your PO. So these are various things that you can use with this one. Like we can actually touch maximum artifacts in our detail session. Okay. Coming back to your graph. So graph is nothing but so this I need to provision the server. So but actually I will tell you in general. So graph is nothing but your data model that you need to have a harmonized way. So when I talk about harmonized way, so I want to have common data structure with a deep entity set. I can use instead of let's take an example. I want to develop a big API with a connection of multiple microservices. So your microservices, let's take an example. You want to expose a sales point of sale information. So point of sale information requires multiple OData API connection. I can create a common graph, like I can create a common data model, and with the data model I can even do a complete mapping structure using graph methodology, and I can get that model to be exposed to my consumer. Once your graph is available, then you can deploy to your tenant, and those models, those APIs can be consumed by your consumers. So this is just a brief about graph. We can touch upon the graph in our session too. Then coming back to your B2B scenarios. So this is your this touches your integration advisor, where you will be creating your company profile, your trading partner information, and all the licensing agreement that you will be connecting to your B2B company. Let's take an example. If you're connecting to EDI based scenario, let's take an example like the transaction is happening with the EDI based transaction. Each and every EDI has its own different partnering numbers. And for the partnering numbers, you need to configure all the all your trading partners as well as your company profile so that they can actually even connect your system. You can connect to their system. So everything will be configured in this one. And once your connections are set, and you can actually make a connection to this one. So EDI plays a major role in your banking statement, and you're actually invoicing between retailers and your wholesale stores. So where you will have a number of transactions. So we can talk some scenarios and we can see how to create those profiles. But this are all requires a licensing. So SAP just provide us to create some sample things, but we cannot test anything because of the licensing factors. Coming back to your custom type systems, like this I explained earlier, like let's take an example. Apart from your standard type system, that if you want to go ahead for your other type system, you can create those type system and you can embed to here. So that's another offering SAP is providing us of today, and this requires a registration to SAP's servers. So let's take an example. If I'm creating a separate ASCII content, that separate thing has to be registered into my SAP's BTP operations, so that whenever the communication happens, SAP should whitelist such a kind of a system, and so that I can have my traffic very clear. Okay. And coming back to mix and max, so this I explained earlier. Like this is nothing but message implementation guidance, where you can import your mapping between. Let's take an example. I have a EDA based mapping and I have my actually IDOC based mapping. If I can import those things, I can create a separate mapping here, and I can do my structure based mapping for my uh, EDA based transaction. So EDA based transaction has the mapping either in mix, and your operation mappings are done in your max. All your mix and max will be developed in this one, and this will be used in your CPI as a wrapper component. And you and as so once you deploy this one into your BTP, you can use as part of your message mapping and operation mapping in CPA, and that can use to transfer your data through secure EDA channel. So that's interesting about both mix and max. So any questions till this time? But mostly mix and max. Most of the customer I have seen like very limited. They are going with SAP CPI because of licensing factor as well as the costing factor. They go with standard EDI technology, whatever they are using. Like SAP just provide those as a, either they will push an IDOC to the system and they will do all the transformation on their side. Right? We are using very minimum content advisor because it's very costly when compared to the other market offering products. Next is uh, testing framework. So when you develop an API, you can actually you want to test that API with different headers and with different methods and operations. SAP provide that one with test API functionality within this one. This is another offering. Like actually, once you develop that API, which are deployed into your integration suite under SAP API management, you can take its service path and come here and choose your operation, and you can test and find the response here. So this is just a mimic of the Postman that SAP trying to test and find out entire thing. So you can even ask what is the difference I'm going to get. So with Postman, I can see a latency of 2 to 3 milliseconds. But even let's take an example. If I want to avoid those traffic latency and everything, you can use this standard API to test it. That's just another offering from SAP side. And some companies might restrict even Postman or some REST API client. So even they can go ahead with this native tool from SAP. They can test this one. And coming back to the configure API. So this is just a design mode for your API management, where you can create your API proxies as well as and convert those proxies into a product. And if needed, you can actually have a product based authentication, or if you are not going to go ahead with the product based architecture, you can even stick with the proxy based microservices. So and actually in order to create a proxy, you need different API providers, and that is you've been used here in API provider, and you will have multiple certificates to have the connectivity. This certificate can be used for anything that you're communicating with outside world, or actually somebody is connecting to you. And this is a key value map. We can actually talk in detail about KVM, policy template, everything in detail, so that people will be know how to create an API with different policies. So what is an API? So you guys might know. So API is nothing but it is an application programming interface where you will create your you will create a data model or a back office or a backend data model to your end consumer with a defined security gateway as well as required transformation, as well as required canonical change in API standards. Let's take an example. I have an requirement to expose my purchase order API to outside consumer. I want to have a common integrity-based security architecture with API management, and also I have a requirement to control my throttling effect. So let's take an example. I don't want to have a consumer to hit like 1,000 calls in a second. So I can even control my throttling effect of my calls in API management. And also I can even have a protocol transformation. I can actually go for OData from my native OData to a REST-based API transformation with my API management. So this is a basic about API management. And these APIs are modular based and also reusable and also extendable. So on this acts as your building blocks for your end application or your consumer application. So we will actually see how to create an API for your end consumer application and how to reuse them with different products. But SAP now, let's take in the modern era of SAP standards, SAP product usability become very limited, and most of the consumers are now going ahead with actually SAP proxy API based proxies instead of product based. We can actually I can even show you how to create those APIs and how to consume that API in your system. Let me go to API management here. So yeah, so let's take an example. I create an API. Before I create an API, first I need to create a API provider. This API provider is going to come from my cloud system or it is going to come from my on-premise system. I need to actually configure this information here. So let's take an example. I'm just configuring for SAP S4 HANA Cloud. And in connections, so since it is coming from the cloud, I can actually give us internet. I can give my host as so default port should be 443. I don't want to use SSL. I'll just make the normal connection. Then I can choose either if I want to have a common authentication for my entire provider, or actually I can have my own authentication at the individual API. Let's take an example. If you choose basic authentication here, so irrespective of any, let's take an example, your S4 HANA Cloud will have multiple APIs. You will have purchase order API, you will have sales order API, you will have actually your invoice API, all the APIs. If you want to connect with a single user-based authentication, you can input here. So some organization want to have a common IDs for bunch of API strategy, they will go ahead with this one. But some of them, they want to have an individual connectivity to my backend. And that will be handled in a different way. I can show you how that can be handled. In that case, you can choose a snack. And then you can save this guy. So once this is done, then you are set to create an API. So now we can create an API here. So according to your client specific naming convention, you can follow that naming convention and create an API here. So the previous tab that you see for creating your API provider, which is nothing but your different backend system. So I have created a backend system by choosing SAP HANA Cloud. But in some cases, if you have a system for on-premise, you can go to your cockpit, come to connectivity, go to cloud connectors. You can see those systems, whatever systems that are connected here. So tomorrow I'll make sure I connect to one backend system, and we can actually do some exercise by how to create an API. But today I'm just giving an introduction how to connect to HANA Cloud. So tomorrow we can actually show you how to create an API for an on-premise system. So we'll get connected with one S4 system, and we can show you how that can be done. Yeah. This tab is for that one. Okay, so then coming back to your API proxies. So now select your API provider. Since I have only one API provider, I can choose SAP HANA Cloud, and I can give my URL as test PO, and I can give my API name as API underscore. And use my same title here for API based paths. This is nothing but your choosing purchase order V2 API. This is my technical name. So in general, it will come like this: SAP ODC / API name. So then you can actually use all your and service type. Since it's a OData service, I have given a same OData, and you have multiple services. Either it can be your REST, it can be your SOAP, it can be anything else. So these are the three different protocol that SAP API management is supporting as of today. So since it's OData, I'm choosing as an OData, and I'm creating this one. So since this is not a standard host, so it's telling the host is not found, but we do not have any cloud-based system at this point of time for our training. But I will get created a separate SAP EC system, show you how to get that connected. Once you have this one, and you can choose your API status active or inactive. So mostly this is active version, and if it is a just one, you can put as a beta. But if it is active version, that is ready to test. And let's check an example. If I want to implement different gateways, so my gateway could be security based gateway, or it could be a traffic throttling based gateway. I can use all these policies. And if I want to connect to my backend, I can even use those things as my policies here while connecting to the backend. So we can actually see these policies in detail when it comes to our API management session, how to use different policies for different requirement, and also what are various policies available in general, especially like security policies, traffic management policies, and you have a protocol transformation policies, your extension policy and mediation policies. So these extension policies will be used for any custom requirement, and your mediation policies will be used for any kind of a protocol transformation. Okay, so we can see in detail when it comes to our API session, but this is a way that we will create an API in general, and each and every API will have your source proxy. Like if you go to your policy, you will have two flows, which is nothing but your proxy endpoint flow and target endpoint flow. Proxy endpoint is your API consumer side, and target endpoint. Target endpoint is the system which you're going to connect. And I'll explain in detail like when to implement policies at proxy endpoint and when to implement policies at your target endpoint. So those are different strategies that we need to follow, and we will actually see in detail about it. So now I'm saving this guy. So this is API that is ready to consume now. Just click on this one. It should give something. Yeah, it's telling target not found. To create an API with our standard thing, and we'll go ahead with this. This is about in general about your API management. In this one, you have multiple tabs, especially for your certificates. So this will be used. Let's take an example. In the same case, my HANA cloud system, and similarly, I'm having an connection to my CPI. So I can even actually expose my CPS on API to my outside world. So if I don't want to go ahead with that certificate basic authentication, I can go ahead with certificate based authentication. So in that case, so let me create a API provider for my CPA system. Okay. Let's assume, so I'm just creating a CPI flow with sender as HTTPS, and I want to connect this entire flow or expose this entire flow as an API. So I'm just showing an example how to do that one. First, I created an integration flow, and in this integration flow, I'm just putting a content modifier. With a content modifier, I can even actually give a test message. I'll give form a JSON model. Okay. Before this one, like I have my test CPA flow, and I'm giving a user-based role with ESB messaging.send. Okay, and I can deploy this iFlow now. deploying this CPI flow, and this is my host. In this one, if I go to this URL, so this is your host with the port. So whenever you deploy a REST-based or HTTP-based address, it will actually bring HTTP followed by the address details. And whenever you deploy a SOAP-based flow, you actually have CFX over here, and it will deploy CFX over here. So this is in general that we various different protocol we can actually deploy into this one. We can get started from here. And port is going to be 443. So here we have two options, either same like basic auth or none. If I want to give a basic auth, now I need to create a separate user ID for my CPA connectivity. So for this one, so in general, SAP actually transformed its architecture from SID based to OAuth 2.0 based ones. So in order to do that one in the instance and subscription, you need to create a separate metadata for your instance. If I go here, I can add. I'm creating a new instance for this one because SCPI requires those instance. In order to run your flow, we need process runtime. So these are the various runtime that SAP is offering us up today. So Cloud Foundry, which is native to SAP BTP, and Schema is nothing but actually it's a Docker-based container where actually you can move your entire. So when it chooses Cloud Foundry, so it will be deployed into SAP's data center. And when you choose Schema, you have an option to move your Docker from one data center to other data center. So now I use CPI as my test client, as my test backend system. So I can even actually expose any CPA based flow as an API proxy to the outside world. The URL I can give the same URL. You can use the same thing for your title. Version is optional. You can give version or you can leave as it's. When I give version, then this will come as part of your naming convention. So I'm leaving as it is. So this is failed because we do not have authentication. So in order to have the authentication, we need the OAuth based. So I'll get created. and at least we can even try to get the metadata either from backend or from SAP system. So both will configure tomorrow. So just in this way, you can create your APIs in SAP API management, and you can expose your API to your consumer. So a consumer application could be your mobile application, or it could be your any third-party systems, or your enterprise system, but where they want to connect your APIs. Okay, so this is about brief about API management. So we talked in detail about different mechanism, different types of APIs. Like APIs can be REST-based, SOAP-based, and push notification. And these are the various use cases where actually you can use APIs too. We've gone through the APIs, how to create different APIs with SAP CPI and everything. When it comes to the different APIs, right? Like, so let me cover different types of protocol in APIs. So at least you guys will have a different approach. So APIs are in general three different types. One is REST API, SOAP-based API, and your OData-based API. So your REST APIs, you can even have the REST API from your S4 system, and you can even consume that API or expose that API to the end consumer using the same navigation path. So as of today, like if you go to your SAP API Hub, you can find plenty of REST API from SAP S4 box, and you can use that API to expose to your consumer with defined policies as well as with defined throttling effect to your consumer using that one. So API management used for that purpose. Okay, so coming back to your SOAP-based API. So let's take an example, as of today, an example of invoice creation. So invoice creation, when it comes to async mechanism, SAP provides SOAP API for that one. And you can use the same approach to expose that API to the outside. Okay, so, and push notification APIs are nothing but, so let's take an example in BTP or in any SaaS system where you will have a notification information, and that information will be triggered as a messaging API to your consumer. So in order to do the push notification, your consuming system will consume your API and it pushes the API to the outside world. So that's a separate, so your API can be, or mostly it will be a REST, and but your messaging, your consuming API will be consuming system will convert those REST API to a messaging API and push that to the consumer system as a messaging thing. So these are the major API technology that we cover as of today. And when it and when it comes to the OData API, right? Like as of today, we have two different metadata for OData. So OData is nothing but Open Data Protocol, where it has OData v2 version and v4 version. So v2 version is a kind of a basic version where you can actually handle mostly a stateful, and in some cases you can even handle stateless. But in some other cases you cannot handle stateless kind of information. If I want to have a full-fledged stateless information, I need to go for OData v4 API. So OData v4 API offers multiple both your binding like two-way binding, and it offers stateful and stateless in full-fledged, and also it offers to extend that API in-house using SAP Graph. And yours, that's a beauty of v4 version, and v4 version is available in latest SAP system that is available from 1902. So when you have a SAP system which has with more than 1902, you will have v4 version, and you can even combine multiple API in SAP Graph, and you can have your common canonical model in SAP Graph, and you can actually provide to your consumer system. Coming back to your SOAP API, it's a standard API, and that supports, so when you expose an API, you will have a two kind of API architecture. Either it could be a SOAP synchronous or SOAP asynchronous. In case of SOAP synchronous, you will get a response from your consumer system, like from your producer system, which is nothing but your S4. So consumer expects that response, like whether if my invoice got created or not. If it is created, it will expect an invoice number back. So in case of asynchronous one, like you will see all your APIs are used by your consumer, but your APIs information as well as error log will be captured in your S4 AF, which is nothing but application interfacing programming. And you can see all your, let's take an example. These APIs will give only an acknowledgement back to your consumers. And in case of any failures and that requires any further follow-up, we need to set up other further mechanism in AF, which is nothing but application interfacing program. So these are the different APIs. And as I talked about messaging API, which is an event-based API, which are used as of today using Event Hub as well as with enterprise messaging. Messaging APIs are, it's a common REST API. So under those APIs will be pushed out of your system either through Event Hub or enterprise messaging. Enterprise messaging offers another service called enterprise mesh. From the enterprise mesh, you can even receive that event, and those events will be managed. Those events will be pushed to your messaging system, and from that messaging system, it can push all the messaging information. So this is another use case where we can use enterprise messaging extensively using event mesh, and that event mesh has a capability to push a notification from SAP. So example of events are like your business partner creation. Those are lightweight events. Whenever a business partner is created, those events can be pushed as a lightweight event. And sales order, sales order event. Whenever sales orders are created, and those sales orders will be pushed to your consumer as a very lightweight event using event mesh. In those architecture, you will be having SAP CPI, which actually transforms into a very lightweight event and push that to your messaging system. So those are different use cases we can talk in detail. Okay, so coming back to your API management, so as you see today, whenever you go to any API in api.sap.com, you see the documentation. Let's take an example. You see a API reference documentation that is created using a Swagger or a YAML technology. So whenever you get a metadata, so consumer expects that API to be created in Swagger format or a YAML format or an Open API format. In order to create a Swagger API, there is a site called Swagger Editor. So this is nothing but your Swagger Editor where you can actually have your API information on your left. So in case of this one, I'll go to this API. So in general, you have your API in three different formats, either in JSON. This is a open API documentation standard, and YAML is another standard. EDMX is your metadata. So I can even copy either JSON format or YAML format to my Swagger editor, and I can see and I can even modify those information. YAML format, I can download that one. Once you paste this one, like you can see your entire API here. Okay, so let's take an example. If you want to change anything in this API, you can do something here. Like you can go to this one. If I want to change any export, you can give an extension like this. methods which comes under this S path will get modified. So under this path, it has two methods, both get and post. Those are getting modified. So this is a in general, this is how you have to use your Swagger editor. And when you expose an API, that's what I told you initially, right? Like any consumer, they expect a API documentation, which is nothing but the Swagger documentation like this. And let's take an example. If you have an only OData, OData service metadata, you can even convert that into an Swagger editor using an automation tool. I can show you that one at last. Like, but actually, I would recommend the team to learn each and every component about your Swagger editor. Swagger is a major component, so that supports for your OpenAPI 2.0, Swagger 2.0 and OpenAPI 3.0. So till 2.0, it is called Swagger format, and when it comes to 3.0, it is now OpenAPI because it supports your REST and OData call without any protocol transformation in a single documentation. So that's a new editing, new OpenAPI standard that they brought in with 3.0 architecture. And in this editor, you can even actually create and modify all the extensions. Let's check. I have different API proxies for each and every operation. You can define all those things. So this consumer will be happy that if you expose this one, and they will actually program their model using this transformation methods. Okay, so you can actually make a note of edited as swagger.io, so where you can convert your any EDMX file to your API standard through this one. Okay, so that's what we covered about RAML and OpenAPI. So RAML is the language which is for REST-based API, which is whenever it's a JSON API, you can put into Swagger. Swagger.io will convert that into YAML, and you can see that one. So RAML and OpenYAML are same, but RAML stands for your REST-based YAML client, and YAML stands for its own YAML information. And all this API will be into OpenAPI format. So Visual, I think, so since you're from integration background, I believe you might have familiar with Visual and also the default XML strategies. Yeah, so this is our, so when we talked about API, right, like the first is implementation first, contract first approach. Whenever we do an implementation of an API, it is good to have our API provider created first, and then create your own API from the API management. Once your APIs are ready, we always recommend everyone to go ahead and create the contract and expose the contract either in your API or expose in the enterprise-wide API documentation. So at an enterprise, they will have different API documentation. Once you develop this API in an open API editor, this is your full final contract, and you can save this contract into an YAML file or JSON file. Mainly, if you're having this file in this way, it's a YAML file. And if you want to convert into JSON, there is another tool to convert the YAML to JSON, and you can publish that to your enterprise account, or you can even save this one under your open editor one. And this contract is very necessary for your consumer to understand. So when you come to your API management here in the tool, under resources, here is the one like you can put your contracts. Let's take an example. I have a contract like this. You can copy this contract. You can put the same contract here. Okay, so this will give my all my data services. I'm just putting an example, but this is how either you can put your contract here or into your enterprise-wide model where you want to see. Since I don't have that much as path, it is giving an issue, but this is a way. So whenever you have a path, and this path will be connected to your multiple path inside your policies. So here you will have a number of policies, a number of paths created, and all those paths will be tied up to the path whatever you have in the system. Okay, so this is in general like how to expose your contract outside.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a component of the SAP BTP Integration Suite? Option A, SAP Integration Suite. Option B, SAP Extension Suite. Option C, SAP Process Automation. Option D, SAP API Management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master SAP BTP Integration Suite? Our course is here to guide you every step of the way. In this course, you will delve into SAP BTP Integration Suite, a powerful tool for managing supplies seamlessly. From ensuring we have enough products to efficiently getting them where they need to be, SAP BTP Integration Suite has got you covered. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts in the field. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience, dedicated to helping you grasp the concepts and addressing any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's budget friendly, offering you a fantastic opportunity to enhance your skills without breaking the bank. Ready to become a SAP BTP Integration Suite Pro? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
What is distributed architecture? And so in general, first we talked about what is integration suite and what are different services that is touching integration suite. Example, your SCPI, API management, open connectors, enterprise messaging, and even mesh. And if you want to connect your cloud, like you can even connect either through API management, or if you want to connect through a third-party SaaS solution, you can connect through open connectors. And we talked about a little bit more about how to connect to backend system using Cloud Connector. So this is just an overview of Integration Suite. And we talked about what are the key features for Integration Suite. And then coming back to distributed architecture, what is the current problem for the distributed architecture, and what is the industry challenge, like as an industry perspective? What is a challenge that the industry is actually going through? We talked about, like in case of distributed architecture, we do not have a common integration platform. So everyone has their own decentralized integration adapters, and they come up with their own different protocol. We need to build different logic in different layers that increase very complexity in managing the releases, and actually to have the end-to-end distributed end-to-end tracing, and to have a clear visibility of monitoring and quality of services. We talked about in general all those things, and we talked about an example of how and point of sale system is working as of today. With the distributed architecture, especially point of sale connects to multiple system within its own ecosystem of supply chain, like and it has to connect to various platform, and that touches upon multiple different adapters, and that brings the data into the digital front. But whenever there is a data, like let's take an example, if a consumer is placing an order, so to have the distributed tracing of where is my order, so then we have to go over multiple platforms to find out those ecosystem information. So, and actually we talked about how we can handle it CPI. So how CPI is actually providing the solution, like overall integration suite, how we can design a solution using CPI and API management, open connectors, and with a combination of cloud connector connecting to your backend. So we talked in general about how the integrated services within integration suite can solve this problem. Okay, so then I hope you guys actually register yourself through Cockpit, I will put that URL in the chat. Probably I want everyone in this session just try to log into Cockpit and check your access. And I can give the integration suite URL as well. Then we can see like whether you guys have access to integration suite, especially you are able to access all the services starting from your CPI till your graph. So like we can go over that one today. Any more queries, guys? So then we talked about various other features where integration suite is bringing in when it manages its services. Like we seen about different options, especially discover mode, design mode. So discover mode is to discover the prepackaged solution within integration suite. So you can take an example of any success factor integration or actually any integration that touches upon your SAP system with supply chain transaction. Either you can go ahead with inventory adjustment or your goods issue, goods receipt. You can see any prepackaged solution that are available in your discover mode, and that gives you the better understanding of how the solution has been designed using CPI. So this is what we talked about yesterday for integrations. And so this can actually help you to get onboarded easily to CPI and know about the product, how an integration flow is designed to connect multiple system and do the orchestration in a different way. So, and also we talked about APIs. So to discover an API, and this is an API package. Like this is a different functionality. In order to achieve this functionality, we need to go over. We will have a different set of APIs. So let's take an example. I want to go for a network material traceability. So I will have almost 7 different APIs that touch upon individual services at the backend, and this could be a REST, OData, or SOAP service. So in general, this is based on your business functionality, and it is packaged as a API bundle. And this bundle you can leverage and you can utilize in your existing API management, or even you can consume this API in your CPI to enhance further from that. So then we talked about other services. Example like there is, so in earlier PO world, we used to integrate. Let's take an example. I want to connect to a EDI system. So there used to be a integration available in PO to connect to EDI system. So now in this modern world, like SCPA has a separate service called Integration Advisor, where that brings different third-party system connectivity that can touch us upon to have this integration, prepackaged system connectivity and prepackaged system transactional adapters, as well as mappings, as well as its own operational mapping end-to-end. So Integration Advisor is not a free version, so but you can play around in general with CPI and API management. Those are all free versions when you onboard yourself in your trial account or within this account also. Because this account, so whatever account that we are providing, it's a free version. But if you want to try more on the integration advisor, then you need to have an enterprise edition or a regular edition, so that you can play around with that all the key components, and then you can try to use the components part of CPI, and you can do that end-to-end business transaction with EDA systems. So then we talked about how to create an API. So in order to create an API, how we can configure a API provider, and also we talked about let's take an example. If I have a SAP S/4HANA as my API provider, how I can configure that as for SAP S/4HANA, and if I have a CPI as my service provider, how do I expose my CPI to my outside world? So So today I got all the credentials for both S4 as well as SCPI, and I'll actually walk you through like how to create a client certificate or a OAuth certificate for CPI in the cockpit. So I'll just show you how to create a service provider and usage of the service provider. Okay, so then we talked about how to create an integration using SCPI as a simple package. So we talked about a simple package, how that integration works and different flows. So and today probably we can actually use a test mechanism in our configure tool, and we can actually see whether we are able to connect to CPI and we are able to get the response back. And we can also do the similar activity to connect to our API management, and we can see whether if we are able to get the metadata out of it. So this we can try it out today, and we can go over further more topics as part of module one. Today we'll try to cover complete as much as module one topics. But before I get started on to those topics, like I will put down the cockpit URL as well as integration suite URL. The team parallelly can try. If there are any queries in setting up this account, I can actually solve it here only. Like I can put in the chat. Let me know parallelly, like if you have access, if you don't have access, if you need any help in just getting onboarded to the services, let me know on the session, like I can help on this as well. Okay. So let's get started with further more topics. So, and also before I touch upon other things, like yesterday in general in API, we covered two things. So how to create an API, and once I create an API, we cover two major functionality. So whenever you create an API, you need to create a contract for those API in your. So let's take an example. I'm developing a microservice, and for that microservice, I'm actually having my target system as my SAP S4 system. The best practice is to develop a contract for my API once my API development is done, and you can use a tool called Swagger Editor. And in the Swagger Editor, you can actually get the contract and you can extend from here. So let's take an example in this case. So viewing about purchase order information or any custom order information, I can go to API hub like api.sap.com. I can download a YAML file or a JSON file. I can come to Swagger Editor. I can start modifying those as part, and actually I can publish those as part of my enterprise-wide contract system, or even you can inject this contract directly to your API management. And before you publish anything out of it, make sure this whatever path that you are mentioning in your contract that is available for the consumer to test from your API management. Otherwise, your API management will not allow you to save those contracts. So these are the major information that we touched upon with YAML generation, and YAML is nothing but your REST-based YAML file, where whenever you have the contract with JSON format, you will actually expose your file in the REST-based form. Yeah. REST-based YAML file. So let's go further. So there are two ways we can actually do about your API architecture. One is event-driven architecture, another one is request-driven architecture. So request-driven architecture is nothing but having an API created in my API management and have this service as a synchronous service. So whenever I publish my API in my API management, I have two points. One is the proxy endpoint, another one is target endpoint. So API management acts as your middleware for API development, where your service provider or your API consumer will make a request to your proxy endpoint. And once you get the request, you pass on this request to your target endpoint. That is, and then your consumer will get the response back to your, so the consumer will respond back to your request, and the response will be sent back to your consumer. And this is nothing but your request-driven response. So this is in general, API has that feature. I can show you. So if you come back to your API here, like, so you have multiple tabs. You have proxy endpoint tab and you have your target endpoint tab. So, but if you want to visualize like systematically how that works, you can go to policies always, where you will have two flows. One is your proxy endpoint flow, another one is your target endpoint flow. So your proxy endpoint flow is your inflow. So proxy endpoint will have two kinds of flow. One is pre-flow and post-flow. So pre-flow is something like whenever I get my request, I can actually add various types of policy. It could be, yes, it could be your security policy, it could be a traffic management policy, it could be your mediation policy, and it could be your other various types of policies. Like, so then you can implement in your pre-flow and make sure you can, because why we are implementing these policies upfront in the pre-flow, you can reject the request upfront and you can send the response as immediately possible to your consumer. So once you implement something in your post flow, so when you implement something in your post flow here, so this will be sent back as part of your response back to your consumer. So pre-flow is for your incoming thing and post flow is for your outgoing thing. Example, I got some response back. I want to modify some data out of my response. Then I can implement some policy in my post flow. Same applies to your target endpoint. So target endpoint is something like your target system, where it's nothing but your API provider system, where it will be waiting for your request. And you can even add additional policies. So this kind of policies will be applied when we are doing something on caching, that's a CSRF token while doing the post request, or some other like resource caching. So I have an API creation where I want to cache some of the data into my API management. In that case, like I can implement some of the policies on the pre-flow side so that I make sure all the data are cached in my service, and actually I do not send all the requests to your target. So if you want any response that you want closer to your target, you can implement in your target pre-flow. And target post-flow is something like whenever target respond back, you can actually have it's in the same CSRF token caching thing. So it will send the token back to you. And you can actually cache that token internally and you can use in your post flow to send back to your consumer. So these are various pre-flow and post flow mechanism that applies for your proxy endpoint and target endpoint. Okay, so this is in general for both the systems, and we will go in detail some of the API policies that what as part of industry standards, what some clients are using today, and how we can actually see in those angle of requirement, like how do we develop those APIs in future using those API information. So then, so yesterday I actually tried to post all my resources. It's not allowing me because I do not have all my resources created available, so that it stops me from. So this is in general for API development. Okay. So now coming back to your event-driven architecture. So event-driven architecture is This is a sample request. So in the same API structure, like this is a sample post SOAP request and sample SOAP response if you connect to that one. Like, yeah, coming back to event-driven architecture. So this is something like a asynchronous mechanism. So these events are live events, and these events will be pushed from SAP to outside world. So in general, so this kind of transaction will be applicable in real supply chain industry, where, let's take an example. If I am creating a business partner in SAP S4 system, and I want to receive those event in my um, any kind of a broker, or it could be or actually a consumer. So in those case, like I can have a event driven architecture. Like this is how it will be, where your system A is nothing but your SAP S4 system, where you will be seeing the events for sales order create or your business product. So business partner create will be pushed as a lightweight event to your event broker. So event broker is another offering that is given by SAP in the enterprise messaging, and that product is called as event mesh. So event mesh is something I would see as a co-innovation product with your customer, because event mesh ties upon multiple different embedding platforms. So it needs a queue, it need a broker, it need your robust queuing system on your system, queuing system from your source, so that it can handle a number of traffic. And this product is something like it started in 2020, and actually it's keep on SAP is keep on investing more to upgrade itself to land into event brokers, because in general when you go to industry standard, any system that is built as a broker, that will be built on Kafka. So even broker is also on the similar line, like they are trying to bring Kafka based brokers into this event mesh, but that is in the path of their roadmap. But as of today, they have their native other databases to use this one to support this entire mechanism. So in this same architecture, right, like your SAP system will send an event for your sales order create event or your sales order update event to your adapter. Your adapter is nothing but your CPI. CPI will receive those events. So whenever the events are pushed out from SAP, and these events will be in an basically it will be lightweight payload, and this will be in a JSON format. But consumer might need this payload, like your event broker is your consumer, and the brokers, like, so why we have a broker here? Because when you receive a sales order, your broker is a distribution system where it acts as a pub sub model. Like event is published to a broker, and so there will be n number of subscribers. They will be listening to this data, and they will be absorbing the data based on their need. So in SCPI, so your adapter SCPI will act as an adapter that transforms your sales order information to the canonical format what is defined on your event broker, and that canonical payload will be sent to your different consumers, and the consumers will receive the event and they will do further processing. And this is the end-to-end architecture for event driven, and this is entirely asynchronous mechanism, because when you have a broker in between, you will not get any kind of a response, you will just get an acknowledgement back. So that's why we call it as an asynchronous mechanism. So its CPI just identifies like whether I'm able to push the event to a broker, or if I'm not able to push an event to a broker. So it just gets a response like 200, 201 OK, or 500 internal server error while connecting to that broker or something. And in CPI also, like we can have queues, JMS queues, to have, let's take an example, the events are coming seamlessly, and those events need to be pushed to the broker seamlessly, there are two ways of implementation. So let's take an example. I want to publish the event in a controlled way to my broker. Then I can put a queue in CPI where actually then I can have a control number of threads posting to my broker. Once my threads are posted in a proper way, then CPI can actually push those events to a broker in those limited threads, and those events will be released later. So yeah, CPI also has a asynchronous capability with JMS, and this JMS is a separate offering from SAP that also comes with your enterprise messaging. And this, so in order to configure those queues, you need to define what is the number of queue that you need initially. And if you want to bump up your queue when you grow your landscape further, you have to raise a ticket with SAP. By default, SAP can give to your like your enterprise edition or to your regular edition up to 100 queues. So I have seen customers, they gone beyond 100, like up to 1,000 queues. So then you have to work with SAP to have a dedicated broker for yourself. So and actually so that they can support the complete architecture, the platform architecture with near zero downtime strategy. So, but if you go with the default one, you will be shared, your tenant will be shared with other clients. So let's take an example. I'm a customer, I'm onboarding to my cockpit in either any region. It could be or US East or US West or anything. If you onboard yourself with your enterprise edition or your light regular edition, it is a shared tenant, so that it's called a multi-tenant strategy. It is a shared tenant with multiple customers in the same region. If you want to onboard yourself as a dedicated client, then you need to pay extra to SAP, and that comes with your different licensing package. And most probably SAP will check whether any dedicated data centers are available on those regions to support dedicated server capability. So there are some clients actually they are going in the direction of having a dedicated entire cockpit for them in the region, so that they will not get interrupted. Their system is not getting interrupted by parallelly testing in the other clients. So that's a separate offering from SAP that comes with a separate contract and separate licensing, and you have to pay separately for that exclusive. So yeah, so when you grow your numbers with your JMS, then we need to have your separate licensing and separate platform provisioning. So this is in general about event-driven architecture. So then, as a real time, right, like how the event-driven architecture works with event mesh. This is an example. So as I explained earlier, like the topics. So you will have an event provider, which is nothing but your SAP S4 system, and this message will be pushed one by one, and you can even have an adapter here, that is a CP adapter, or in general some consumer might actually some producer might actually will not use any kind of adapter. It depends on your requirement, but you will have the queues here in your event mesh, and there will be a number of consumer, and that you can post to that information to multiple consumers. So this is in general about event mesh, and this is another one like depicted how the events are flowing from broker to topic one to topic two, and how the queues are built internally. So this queues and how the queues messages are released to your consumers. So let me go to the next level of connecting mechanism. So this is called a webhook event. So in the event-driven architecture, so we queue the event and the consumer actually will receive the event while using a pub/sub model. And there is another way that you can even push your message. So earlier we see a full event, and now we are going to see a push event variant format. So where in this format, right, like where your event provider will send the information to your topic one or topic two, and this will route this information to your queues, and in the queue you will have a webhook event. So webhook is nothing but when I receive a payload, my responsibility is to hook up that event to a different site or different consumer. So even you can replicate the similar behavior with open tools. So there is a site called webhook site, and you can even try that approach directly in your testing, or in your actually in any of your UAT testing, or in your TUT, or your test like unit testing. You can configure that entire webhook site in your SCP adapter, or in your event mesh, and that site will resemble your entire payload, how that is been published. So webhook is another protocol where actually the event will be pushed seamlessly to your consumer through an webhook URL. So you need an URL to publish that event. So in case of in the top approach, the consumer will come and pull your message up. Now in this one, your webhook URL will push the event to your consumer. So that's the difference between a pull variant and a push variant. So I hope you guys understood that one. So, and this is about generally about webhooks. So webhooks are standalone systems where it receives the data from any of the data provider. Once it gets the data, it posts a message seamlessly to its consumer. Whenever, and also in this entire mechanism, with webhook or with your pull variant, with the consumer pulling the data, or this entire system is asynchronous. So we have another kind of error handling scenario where we can see if my webhook is not available, I can actually queue up all my messages in this queue so that I do not lose any messages if my webhook is gone down. So similarly, because the service down also, why we have a queues in general, right? Like let's take an example, the consumer is down for your first case. You can have a queue, so the queue will be whatever information that you are receiving from your topic, the message will be queued up either at the consumer model or your webhook model. If any of the systems are down, the messages will be queued up here. Once this platform is up, then you will actually receive the message as per lost in first. So like it will push out all the messages here. So only one tricky part with any queuing system, or with any in general sub model is like they cannot guarantee the complete message batching or message ordering, because 99.9% they can offer the batching, but they cannot 100% offer the entire sequencing of that message. So in order to have the sequencing of that message, the consumer should take care at their end. Like in this case, who is the real consumer, if I receive the message in sequence, with sequence or without sequence, has to be captured at the consumer side, because that's a real kind of a challenge at this point of time with all the brokers. The reason behind that, actually the platform has n number of nodes. When you see from the real architecture perspective, so each and every topic will be connected with multiple nodes, with the multiple queues. So if you have like 100K or 1 million messages sitting on your topic, the queuing system can take 99% with the sequencing, but it is just not the guaranteed one. So if some of the nodes gone down in between for your queues, then some of the message, the sequencing can kind of actually jumble around. So that's what any broker system doesn't offer the entire sequencing capability. If you want to implement any sequencing, you need to go with having that sequencing program implemented in your consumer system. So this is just about the book again. So team, like just I want to touch upon on this tenant access or the integration suite access, so then I can catch up on the other topics too. So just wondering, like, if you get a chance to log into the integration suite, and are you able to see this page or the cockpit page? Let's do some small exercise. Like I will show you initially how to get connected with CPI with API management. Then we can cover a bit later on these topics. So once you launch your cockpit here, you will have integration suite here as part of a service marketplace. And under instance and subscription, you should see multiple instances. Let me refresh my screen. So for your integration suite, so I asked the basis team to add a separate instance called process integration runtime. So whenever you deploy your iFlow, it works in a two different architecture. One is your tenant management node, and another one is your iFlow node. So your iFlows will be running in your iFlow worker node, and tenant management node is nothing but your screen, whatever you're seeing here. So these are all TM1. So this is your TM1 node. So if we go to some integrations, so this is your TM1 node, tenant management node, and this is basically for UI and as well as for end user experience. But when it comes to your iFlow as a real time, it has its own deployment node, which is nothing but iFlow management node, where it has its own SCPS, so where it has its own server instances and runtime nodes. And even you can, I'll show you how many worker nodes that you have in your CPI and how you can check that one, all those information. So once you have this instance, first and foremost thing, you need to create a key for your instance. Click on create. And actually create another, because on this keys, whenever you create any key out of your instance, this is just free of cost. SAP doesn't charge us. Validity I'm giving for 1 year. Key length is for 2068. It's the default one. And you can have multiple key sizes. You can go with 3072 also. It's about the byte, which byte you choose. Yeah. Once you create this one, the key creation in progress. So then you can have your token generated. So generally, when you want to connect your SCPA system, you need to connect as part of SAP BTP Cloud Foundry architecture. SAP moved out of SID-based authentication to OAuth 2.0 authentication. So there are two ways to connect to the system: either generate the token using token URL, or have that URL configured, or have the URL configured in your system. So in that way, you can actually, if you have a client ID and client secret, then you can actually go ahead and create the same thing. So I see a bit trick here, like service keys. We should have a separate authentication in order to have this one. So if you remember, like whenever you connect to CPI, you need to have the roles. So those roles are nothing but your USB messaging set. So whenever you connect to CPI, I'll show you. in your CPI flow. So in your sender side, you will create an HTTPS adapter. At this adapter, you will give a user role, which is nothing but ESP messaging.send. And make sure this ESP messaging.send is configured at your instance level. Whenever you create multiple keys, so the key should have the default role tied up with ESP messaging.send. But if you need further more roles, you can even update those roles in your update parameters. So now we are good to have used this service key because in general, this instance is tied up with that same role. We should be good with that one. Because otherwise your CPI will reject the request and it will tell you, I don't even having a matching messaging thing. And if you want to verify that actually if my key has the relevant roles, and I can actually show you how to test that purpose also. Like I can have a postman, I can even show that. Just give me a second, I'll bring up my postman. Yeah, this key is actually specific to a tenant, and this is a one-time creation.
Yeah, right.
So when you, it's a one-time creation. Whenever you create a tenant, and whenever you have the tenant, and this key is a one-time creation. And this key can be reused for everyone. If you go to my service, I have an integration suite as my subscription. Under the subscription, I got only process integration runtime, and this is subscribed to a plan called integration.
Okay.
Integration flow is nothing but your CPI. So in general, CPI will have this one and this, and you can create a number of keys. Let's take an example. Tomorrow, I want to implement certificate-based authentication. So then you need to create a separate key for that one. So like certificate-based authentication between your CPI and your S4 system, or between your API. We will create all those keys. That follows a different architecture, like that follows a different authentication mechanism because this is a service key, and this key should be trusted by your S4 system, and so whatever your S4 because right. So I'll give an example. So whatever key that you're creating here, that should have a certificate. So when you come back to your key, you will have a separate entry for certificate. And that certificate will be created in your SAP system. So let's take an example like SAP's default identity provider, like SAP ID services. If you go to SAP ID services, there is some mechanism called SAP Passport. With SAP Passport, using an SID, so on that SID should be your non-logon user or a service logon user, service logon user ID. Get that SID, create a certificate, and update the certificate in your service key. So whenever you create a key, it will ask for you multiple certificate and all those other information here. You can actually, SAP provides a JSON to modify that one. Like I can show you that one also. You can update multiple parameters. And once you have that parameter up and ready, and then you can upload this one. But now in this modern world, right, like SAP brought up a mechanism called SAP boosters. And boosters can even do that mechanism by default. But in general, right, like the certificate has to be created in your SAP ID service using SAP ID services through SAP Passport. Get the certificate, import in your service key. So that means import means update that as part of your service key and import the same certificate in your S4 S-Trust. So the certificate is a common handshake between your S4 and your SAP. So this should match each other, and then your communication will be achieved through certificate-based authentication. Service key creation, like let's take an example, right? In this case, I want to connect, I want to test this iFlow, I want to call this as a service. How do I call this as a service? Like without having any information, I cannot call this as a service, right? Like I need a either user ID and password. Like I can even show you through Postman. So I have this URL. I come to Postman. Let me do a post request. As and when you send something to the Postman, it gives me 401 authorized. Okay, so now as part of SAP BTP Cloud Foundry architecture, you need an OAuth token or a client ID and client secret to connect to the system. So you need a client ID or a client secret. Like I can show you like how you can create a client ID here to create a client because client ID and client secret are part of your service. Yeah. So now SAP boosters, once you onboard like as part of enterprise edition, right? Like there is something called SAP boosters. Boosters will tie up the relevant service and that will create all the instance separately. But if you have a previous version of SAP BTP system, and actually then you need a manual activity because this BTP is a old one. Like I do not have a boosters tied up because boosters is a separate cost again. So, but any enterprise-wide customer, right? Like if they want to onboard themselves into BTP, now SAP is offering something called boosters. So if I choose a particular subscription, that will have a relevant service and its instance so that it can actually tie everything together and it will create all those instances of it. And based on my requirement, I can go ahead and go to each and every instance and I can even go ahead and create a separate service key or I can create separate. Go to your trial account, click on go to your trial account. Yeah, you are into AWS, into your Seas. Okay, click on that one. Yeah, in the left side, there is something called entitlements. Can you go to entitlements? So if you see here, do you see any entitlement for process runtime? You will have for Cloud Foundry runtime. But actually, do you have anything for process runtime? So it's called process integration runtime. It's a paid service. It's called process. You see process integration runtime. It's there, right? Like you have two process integration runtime, and you should see that instance. Like, can you type process integration runtime? That is available. It should bring you process integration runtime. Yeah. Click on this one. Like, click on this one. Click on create. Integration suite is mandatory. Like you can choose integration flow here. Yeah. Click on integration flow. So yeah, you can give any space. That should be fine. You can give the instance name. It takes some time. So once it is created, like we need to check whether you have the roles tied up there, and you have to start it. So now I can actually show you the token generation part and other way also. So now you got your OAuth token. So to verify your claims as well as your token scope and other information, there is a site called jot.io. You can see your entire token information, your header information, what is this token about, and your key payload information. And you can even see what are the roles are associated for this one. So you can see it has USB messaging send role, and it has all other information like your scope, your authorization, USB messaging send, and everything is tied up to each and every service. So now I can take that URL. I don't have to go in that route of using the OAuth token. That is a way you can do that way also. But by default, when you want to test this SCPI in your Postman, go to your tenant again, pick up that URL. I think we have done already. So just configure the authorization. SC card. So this is username and password. Then try to give a click on send. Now you should see token. So once you create your instance, and so this process, just I explained this process to verify the token is having the USB messaging send, that you can actually go to the jot.io site like this, and you can see all the properties to your token, your claims information, your scope information, your authorization, and your grant type, which grant type you're using. Once everything matches, then you're good to go to use that client ID and client secret to hit your SCPI. So yeah, so this is in general about how this works with CPI. So let's take 5 minutes break. Let's catch up on other topics next. So we actually gone through request driven as well as event driven architecture. So now coming back to this same API, like how do we do both request driven and event driven architecture? So for in this case, you will have two different queues. So you can have the same SAP S4 system for your sales order create or a sales order update, where in this case you will let's take an example of your sales order update information that has to flow as an event. You will send this information as part of your topic one, and you have two different queues. One queue will be sending this data to even consumer as part of request driven architecture, and another queue is something like you will have a webhook event where the event will be absorbed by webhook methods and it posts the data to your consumer. So this is even possible once your consumer get the service, they can even send an acknowledgement back to your producer. So that's the beauty of webhook. So webhook is something like it can actually help you to send the synchronous or asynchronous acknowledgement. It sends an asynchronous acknowledgement back to your event producer. So a webhook is something like posting your messages at different points so that it is sent to your consumer. And once consumer receives the same information, that also will be posted as part of your webhook to your producer, like I received an email. So this is a combination. And actually with this, we are actually completing our API architecture. Then we can deep dive into some of the API connectivity, especially for your how to use the API in SAP API management. Like today, since we got the SAP S4 system access, I can even show it to you, like how we can get connected with one service and how we can get the process done. Okay. Before we get this out, like I just cover some of the topics with REST-based API, how we can develop REST-based API and OData-based API with API management. Okay. So REST is a non-canonical format structure. So when I talk about canonical structure, with REST follows a lightweight payload and that allow you to make your web content more client-centric approach, and that actually use uh, your client system have a non-canonical structure. So you don't have to rely on having a, if let's take an example, in case of XML, when you have a defined structure, if you go for a structure upgrade or structure change, then you need to re-import your structure every time, and you need to generate your proxies, and you need to have that binding binder in your SOAP. But in case of REST, it's just a lightweight event. You can have your dynamic structure creation at any point of time. And if that structure exists or doesn't exist, the client application will not fail. They will still get that information seamlessly. So that's the reason most of the clients are willing to move to a REST-based APIs and REST-based architecture that will ease the maintenance and bring more simplicity in the architecture. And it also improve your performance. In case of XML, let's take an example, you have 12 to 13 MB of message, and the same thing can be reduced with REST within almost all 6 or 7 MB, because REST does not have those many XML tags to have this information to be repeated and have this one. And also another thing with REST is it has improved scalability. It can scale to multiple users and to a large number of systems, and it can support lightweight framework on into your client-based application, and it will have seamless connectivity with your API. So that's a main usage of REST, and most clients are willing to go with REST-based API. So initially in the SAP era, we started with SAP XI with all SOAP-based, with SOA architecture. Then SAP transformed its SAP uh, platform with APIs to OData. Then now SAP is more focused to create SAP REST-based API as out-of-the-box API capability, so that we will have minimal dependency at the consumer side, API consumer side, so that we can have ease of development and simplicity of development. So these are other things like modifiable and visibility, probability, and reliability of API. So because when we talk about REST, so REST can be easily modifiable and it can be easily portable, and the data which you resemble in your REST is all reliable as well as easily visible with the data. So now coming back to your APIs, I'll actually show you one API with various operations. So I created an API with purchase order. Let me create another API. So just to give a background, today I have gone to my API provider, and in the API provider, I have changed the SAP S4 system connectivity that we discussed yesterday. And this one, like I have given the port and I have chosen the authentication as basic. And now I'm good to use, I just pick one user, and I'm able to make the test connection. And let's see how these APIs are working in the real time. So this is something like we have to get the endpoint to connect to that. Let's take an example. If I want to create a SAP sales order API, I can give the path as /SAP /OPU /OData /again SAP /API underscore sales underscore order underscore serving. So this path you can log on to your SAP S4 system. On SAP S4 in the SAP S4 system, if you go to SICF and you can type this path like SAP OPU OData SAP, then you can see this API. This is a general API that will be available across all the systems. Now I'm giving the information as so I can choose any API format since OData is an actually a sales order is an OData API. I'm choosing the service type as OData. But if you want to have a REST-based API, you can always go to api.sap.com. You can type REST API. So this will bring all the REST APIs here. So you can take any Ariba API or SAP. System management APIs and REST API. And we can choose this API and we can start your configuration. Okay. I can click on create here. Now I don't have any routing rules. I'm just keeping very simple. And I don't have any resources here. If I go to policies, I do not have any proxy endpoint or target endpoint policies. Click on update. Save this guy and deployed. Okay. Now this API is ready to consume. Let me see if I'm able to get any response. So now I can go to Postman. Give here. And I'm just putting dollar metadata. Okay. So next up encoding. So it's still being unauthorized. Okay. So now let's pass SAP as let's pass the parameters SAP as client as 100. Still it is giving unauthorized. So let's try one thing. I think so it's going. Yeah, I got the response. I think so it's because of bad credentials. Yeah. So either you can give the credential there, or in general, when you connect with multiple services, it's not recommended to have common user ID for everything. It's always too good to have individual API credential. So, but actually you must be wondering, how do I configure this credential? So this can be configured in your API management, but I will actually tell that configuration in detail when I'm covering the key value map. So in general, you have to create a key, like, so I'll show you the feature. Like, let's take an example. I have my API as sales order API. Create a sales order API, and you can have a common key, and that key should be passed in your policy. And whatever credential that you are bringing, that should be base64 encoder. So that means go to base64 encode site. For this user, or even you can actually take it from your postman too. You can copy this password and you can configure this as part of your keyboard. And then you can have the key as, let's take an example. I'm giving the key as test client. So this test client should be passed whenever you call this keyword. Once you call this one, and you can retrieve that password, and you can make the connectivity internally using another policy, basic auth policy. We will do this exercise as part of one of our exercise. Like, I'll show you how in general we do this in practice when it comes to the real project. Okay. So this is a way, like, we can configure this password, and even if you want to encrypt this password, there is a way to encrypt this password. So you have to check the encrypt button, that the password will be encrypted. Okay. So now with this our simple API, right? Like with our API, so I just removed that authentication from my provider. I am actually using that password like authentication in here, and I'm able to get that information out. So this is what I have tried, and it's okay perfectly, and we are able to get the metadata. Like, if you want to get this order information, even you can get this out. Probably it might have plenty of orders. It got timed out because it might have plenty of orders. So if you have a large payload, you need to implement body buffer in, like, there is something called buffer property. I'll show you how to implement in SAP API management when it comes to the real thing. So yeah, you can actually play around this with the creation of this API, and you can actually go to SAP system and take one API. So I picked up sales order API today and showed you how to expose that API to API management. And actually with this one, we are good to cover all those things. So guys, if you're not speaking, can you please go on mute? Like, yeah. So in this way, you can actually try to create one sample API. We can deep dive into other topics later. If you go to your target endpoint, like you have this URL, like this is your URL under SACF. If you go to SACF, you can see this URL where your APIs are configured, and that will bring the proper API response. Yeah. So to your consumers, so let's take an example, your postman, right? Like tomorrow, you can have a mobile application or you can have any third-party system. For any third-party system, you might not interested to expose your backend API information, backend URL to them. You might want to mask that URL with some other proxy. So that is nothing but API management API proxy that will come up with the API proxy URL, and this is nothing but your proxy URL. It is always API will have its own API proxy URL, and that URL will be shared to your end consumer application. In this case, Postman, but it could be any other system. This URL will be changing because see here if I go to API provider, I created API provider as CPI in one system, and I have created API provider as even S4 system. So whichever system you create as part of your requirement, and based on your requirement, like let's take an example, I exposed sales order API. Tomorrow you might actually expose purchase order API. So and this URL will keep on changing based on your requirement, and this is also a changing one based on your API creation. Like I can even change that one because I thought it was not going to the right line. But later I realized just I'm putting dollar metadata just to see the metadata of this data service.
Okay.
So once you click on dollar metadata, yeah, you can see this entire response. Yeah, so coming back to that one, because currently, especially this API, do not have any authorization. So this is an open-ended API. Okay, so what is meant by open-ended? I did not set any policies to check for authentication. But in the real world, you will have any security policy. You might have basic authentication just to verify whether your token matches or not, or you might have your OAuth JOT token authentication policy, verified JOT token. So in the same Postman, right, we created this JOT token. Even you can create a JOT token out of it, and you can pass this one and verify the JOT token too. So we have so many security policies, and we'll cover that in our actual API management class. Like we have that module class as part of module 3 and 4. We'll go in depth of all those policies. So yesterday, if you remember, we talked about API management as a security or a security gateway for the consumers. Like I want to protect my backend system. I can implement any kind of security mechanism. So backend is always could be a basic authentication. But if I want to improve my authentication with OAuth 2.0 or some other thing, I cannot do with my backend system because backend is tied up with always basic authentication. So if I want to increase my security layer, I can use API management to do that one. And also I can use a traffic management policies like quota policy and access control policy and other policies. These are the traffic policies. I can control my traffic, and also I have other policies like your mediation policies, like whenever my payload is coming as a XML, I can even convert that into JSON. But this has some limitation based on my experience. It is always to do all the transformation in CPI rather than in API management. And it's better to use API management holistically for security purpose and for traffic management. And you can even, if you want, your consumer wants some kind of logging information, you can use any extension policies that where you can log that information as part of your API management. So this is what API management use. But as of today, I created an API as open-ended API. I'm just connecting. Once I'm hitting the backend is telling not, that's so I'm just passing a basic of it. Similarly, like so one beauty about SAP API management, right? Whenever you create an API, because I have seen other API tools that it actually ties very closely with your contract. So example, like SAP today did not force us to have the contract mandatory. If you have the contract as mandatory, like whatever operation that you are having, let's take an example, what I meant that one, right? Like if I create an API, if the API supports only get, I can only use for get. If I have another API, if I do the post, then I can do only the post. Like so, SAP API management has underlying Apache as its own architecture. Apache does not force us to use Open API standard. It actually allows us to do both post or get any kind of operation, any kind of resources open-endedly. If you want to develop that one, then you have a future always to come and embed your Open API resources. But other APIs are not like that. You have to create, let's take an example, if you're going with AWS API or Azure APIs, you are bound to a particular operation and bound to a particular resources. If you go beyond that one, your API will not allow that one. So what I meant, like if you want to go ahead with multiple extension of that path, you need to define that as part of your API development. But SAP is not stopping that way. SAP allows us to have a number of paths, but whatever path that you're passing here, the same path will be passed to your backend, and if the backend has the relevant path, then it will give the response. Otherwise, it will tell the backend itself will tell the response like the resource not available. So that's actually a beauty of SAP API management. Like it does not restrict at this point of time, but if they want to force us to follow Open API standard, then we have to develop individual operations as well as individual methods. The topic again of REST. So that's what like with this API creation with SAP API management, we can do get, post, put any operation open-endedly, and we can have different type of media types. Either like we can actually have the content type as Atom, JSON, or your actually even you can use your XML applications slash XML or applications slash JSON. Like you can get the response anything with API management. So today we have seen there's an example with OData. So tomorrow probably as part of initial lab exercise, right? The team can actually try to connect to any REST API with SAP system. So go to SAP system, log on to your SAP system, and go to your API hub. Try for any SAP S4 REST API. In this case, I can actually give directly SAP system management API, right? Get this API information, try to see you are able to see at least some metadata of that API. So tomorrow I can check with you guys like whether you are able to connect to REST API and see you are able to see the response. So now I have showed you the OData API. Similar step that you need to follow for your REST API. So coming back to your OData protocol standard. So these are all OData supports both Atom as well as REST format. So OData is a higher version of REST where it can support incoming JSON payload as well as incoming Atom XML file payload. So that's the beauty of OData. So and this is OData is tied up by its Open Data Protocol, and this is tied up with Microsoft. Microsoft is the one who introduced OData to the world, and SAP has licensed with Microsoft to do this one. So and this you can actually have a RESTful API, or you can have an Atom Pub API also out of your OData service. And this actually OData has two kind of versions, version V2 and version V4, where version V2 can have both two-way, 80% two-way binding, 20% it's not possible two-way binding in some scenarios. But when it comes to V4, you will have 100% two-way binding with with actually extension of your resources. So when I talk about extension of your resources, like you can even extend your resources with separate tool called SAP Graph. We'll touch upon SAP Graph later. So SAP Graph is another service offering from SAP. If I have my particular entity from OData, I can club 2 to 3 entity and I can form a big API. So one entity will be your one REST service, another API is another entity will be your another REST service. You can even have the navigation of your API. Like if I go with multiple navigation, how do I connect? These are the beauty of like OData services. Like this are resource identifiable, and this supports both your REST and your REST is nothing but a JSON and your Atom XML, and it always provide a metadata. If in case of REST, we have to create our own metadata that actually follows to your ties up to your Open API YAML. Like you have to create your own format, but actually in case of OData, it will give you a metadata. With the metadata, through CPI, even we can automate YAML creation. I can actually tell at the end of our training, like I can give that as part of exercise also. There is an open code available through XSLT. You can convert that EDMX file to your YAML generation. And then, and this is a fixed document in terms of your entity set and your entity binding and everything. And also it gives visibility. So let's take, and this is a metadata. It gives entire visibility to your, what are the query options available, and what are the parameters are visible, and what is aggregation, and what are different filter parameters are available, and everything. It will give visibility in your metadata. So that's the beauty of your OData service, and it gives n number of documentation like your properties and what are the data types tied up to each and every property, and your actually data format, like whether it is going to be uh, uppercase when it comes to the response, or lowercase. It displays a different format of string, as well as it will give you the maximum length that you can accommodate. So this is the beauty of OData. So this gives metadata in general. Okay. So coming back to your SAP Graph, as I told earlier, it's another service offering from SAP as part of Integration Suite, where you can club multiple entity set. So when I talk about one entity set, like under SAP OData service, A underscore sales order is one entity set. Like A underscore sales order is one entity set, and you have n number of entities. You can use SAP Graph, and you can combine everything into a common service, and that common service can be exposed to your consumer. So this is how your graph, because graph license, I cannot show much thing with graph, because graph requires enterprise edition licensing, but I can actually show some basic information if I'm able to connect to that one. Let me go to SAP Graph and show. So this is this connection tied up to your destination, which, so whenever you create a API provider, and that creates a destination in the backend. Let me go to destination. This requires a licensing. Like probably we can try to get some licensing at the end of the session, and we can show you because it's kind of a costly licensing with SAP with Graph. But I can actually theoretically explain this one, and if possible, I'll get the licensing and I show one at least one creation of Graph. So with SAP Graph, you can go to again to design mode, and you can actually click on Graph, and you can choose any destination from this from your SAP service, and then from a destination service, and click on the destination, go to SAP system, and you will have a model in general, and from that model you have to try to actually enhance that one. But in general, none of the customers are preferring to go with SAP Graph because you are not close to the source and you are not close to any of the system. Like you have to enhance this graph every time whenever your business requirement changes. So mostly the preference for any customers to go back to SAP API management and to have open-ended API with SAP API management. With the integration suite as a service, I could see SAP API management and SAP cloud platform integration, which is nothing but your process integration as a robust service, because which has open-ended connection with SAP system, and that gives much flexibility and has very minimal changes on your platform. But in case of SAP Graph, you have to re-import your entity whenever you change something on your model data, and you have to keep on changing your model, and the maintenance of this model is totally SAP Graph model is totally heavy, and is all the customers will prefer to go with SAP API management as a better approach. So with this, like we are completing our module 1, and any more queries till now, and tomorrow just try to create an REST API and try it and let me know, and also try to have this AP system connectivity from your machine and let us know how that goes.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a runtime environment supported by SAP BTP Integration Suite? Option A, Neo. Option B, Cloud Foundry. Option C, Kubernetes. Option D, SAP HANA. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, want to master SAP BTP Integration Suite? Our course is here to guide you every step of the way. In this course, you will delve into SAP BTP Integration Suite, a powerful tool for managing supplies seamlessly. From ensuring we have enough products to efficiently getting them where they need to be, SAP BTP Integration Suite has got you covered. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts in the field. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience, dedicated to helping you grasp the concepts and addressing any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's budget friendly, offering you a fantastic opportunity to enhance your skills without breaking the bank. Ready to become a SAP BTP Integration Suite Pro? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
We talked about what is Integration Suite in general, what is SAP offering as a package from Integration Suite, so and what are various services that are available in Integration Suite, how this Integration Suite is positioned or plays a major role in various industries, and we talked about what are the various features that Integration Suite is offering. Example, like your building multiple integrations and managing APIs, and also like creating a lot of integration packages with API integration solution and with multiple package solution. Like we touched upon multiple Integration Suite features. Then we actually lay over how the Integration Suite connects between your SAP system to non-SAP system, and between your SAP cloud system and to your SAP on-prem system, and your third-party system to your SAP cloud, or it could be your SAP on-prem. So how the services have been utilized, and what are the various services have been uh, uh, needed actually in terms of from the platform perspective. So that's what we discussed upon in general for the past 2 days. Then we talked about what is distributed architecture. So and how the distributed architecture plays in a company that can actually show us what are the complexity that is available as of today in various industries. And we touched upon what are the major issues that we are seeing, or kind of a challenges that we are seeing when we go the distributed architecture. Example, you're managing various releases for various platforms, and having the monitoring capability, distributed tracing capability, and quality of services, like and having different security factors and all those stuffs. And also, like we walk through with one example, then and how do we solve using integration suite on this entire thing which we touched upon today. In the second module, we will touch upon how ISAM play a role in migrating distributed architecture framework to an industry standard framework with SAP Integration Suite. Like ISAM plays a major role. So, we will definitely talk about that in detail today. So then we actually gone through the cockpit. So I hope everyone has access to the cockpit. If access is missing, I think I got to know Shivakumar is not able to access cockpit, and he's able to access integration suite service. Like we can see what is the issue that he is facing. Then we can actually see how we can solve that problem. Then in the integration suite, so I just walked through you how to check the services and what is the necessary subscription needed from the platform side, and what are the necessary entitlements are needed to get started with your integration suite, and also your mandatory instances that you need to create in order to have seamless integration with integration suite. Since this is a kind of a platform, we are using service which are free as much as possible. We are leveraging the SaaS and subscription which is offered by SAP with a free of cost. But when it is come to your actual project or your in your local own home system, it is going to be your licensing factor, and these systems could be your enterprise edition one, or it could be a premium standard, or a standard or premium version based on your contract. So, but those will have the higher access and higher provision of the SaaS solution. And then we touched upon the various components that are available in integration suite. Example, how to discover an integration package and how to discover an API, all those stuff. Then we touched upon how to discover API management. So let's take an example. If I have a business problem, how do I discover that API management, and how do I copy that to my design mode so that I can do my extension from there? Then we touched upon like how to create an integration package and a sample iFlow, and we actually deployed that iFlow into our tenant also. Then we did a kind of a test using the instance service keys, and actually we touched upon how to create a service key also. So and we service key plays a major role while you are having your CPI as a service when you want to expose to your end consumer. So then we touched upon like various things on your API management, creating an API proxy and sample API proxy, then how to get your systems connected. Example, your S4 system connected, your SCP system connected, and from S4 system, how you are going to actually get the service out of it, and and how you are going to consume the service, and how you are going to utilize your service in your API development. So in terms of API, we talked about what is the importance of API, what is the API first approach, where it plays a major role in the modern world, when it comes to microservice architecture or API-based layer, like API-based architecture. Then we gone through how the APIs are being consumed and how in terms of APM and how SAP kind of implemented this API architecture in its platform using the components from Edge as well as it's a kind of a co-innovation with Google. It has done by expanding its API architecture. So then we touched upon how the APIs are consumed and what are different API protocols are available and types of API available. So in terms of types, like we touched upon REST, OData, and so we touched upon a little bit on that area too. Then coming back to messaging APIs, we just touched upon multiple API and that layer too. And when you create an API with SOAP or OData, we also touched upon the importance of open API standards. So open API standards are nothing but your API contracts. Whenever you develop an API, your API contract will play a major role for the consumer or the consuming development team. They will refer their entire API reference through the API contract. And there is a way that actually you can develop an API contract using an editor tool called Swagger Editor. And it supports both Swagger 2.0 version as well as OpenAPI 3.0 documentation. So with that, let's say you're exposing an OData API out of S4 or you're exposing a REST API out of your S4 system. You can use the relevant path, and your Swagger has multiple components, like you have to define your server information separately, your paths and your relevant methods, and what are the entities that you are tied up, and how the structures are configured, that you have to document that in a clear way with API documentation. But also I told you there is another way to automate this process. So SAP came up with some kind of code with XSLT, where once you pass your metadata of your API, it can generate your Swagger or your Open API in automated way. So you have to just use that API and you can start enhancing from them. So you can reduce your development time. Probably we can see as part of a lab activity at the end of the session, or I can walk through that one and I can give an exercise for that one too. So then this is different approaches like implementation contract approach. Okay. So then we touched upon two different architecture, request-driven architecture and event-driven architecture. So request-driven is something like when the consumer is making a request, how we request the information and we actually send the response back. So this is how it works. And so the samples are like you can take any of the SOAP message or OData or REST, anything. And then like when it comes to event-driven architecture, so event-driven architecture has two variants. One is a push variant, another one is a pull variant. So pull variant is something like when the message are published from the provider and pushed to a topic, from the topic, the message will be queued up. So the consumer will pull the message out of the queue whenever they need them, whenever they are listening. So it's just they'll be pulling it. In case of pushing architecture, like where they will have a webhook event. So where the same producer system will post a message to the same topic, but this time the queues are tied up to webhook event, where webhook will get the message and post to the consumer. So and in turn, we can have a round robin confirmation acknowledgement by making once a consumer receive that message with the same webhook, we can make it available to the producer that I received this message, whatever it is posted. So then we touched upon, because whenever you go with your integration suite API management, you are going to develop API, whether it could be your REST or it could be your OData. So the OData and REST plays a major role, and we touched upon what are its features, how it is providing the best practices as part of industry standards, and how it makes us make us very easy in terms of development and everything. And then coming back to your OData API, so OData supports two API format. One is V2 and V4 format. V2 supports 80% of two-way binding, and your V4 supports full-fledged two-way binding, and also it gives you to have your entity or your model extension using another product called SAP Graph. So, but in our trial or in our account, whatever we have as of today, SAP Graph do not have that much licensing as of today. But when it comes to your real project, it is as much as similar to your API management, but you will be doing the entity to entity map so that you will have your navigation with your source, with your parent entity and the relevant child entity. So that can be done, and if possible, I'll try to simulate before this session, but it requires some licensing to connect and get those information out. But the main kind of challenge with SAP Graph is because we are not either closer to the source or not neither closer to the target. So we are just modifying everything in the integration layer. And if we keep on extending our thing in the integration layer in the API architecture, the ease of maintenance become bit more complicated, and most of the client want to stick to directly source-based extension rather than doing it the integration platform. So in order to do that one, so from S4 side, there will be a CDS view extension. Just once a CDS views are extended at its layer on different entity and its deep entity structures, we use SAP API management just to expose those API to the real world. So that becomes semantically easy and actually easy to access for everyone. So that's a major difference between your SAP API management and your um, graph. So till this time, in any queries or any um, any challenges in connecting to your platform and everything? So the integration consider I'm not sure like how much you know about cloud in general. So consider your entire integration BTP as your cloud solution. Okay. In the cloud solution, SAP has bundled iPaaS solution and SaaS solution separately. So when it comes to iPaaS, integration suite is is iPaaS bundled component. But that ties up to a multiple services and instances. So if I need a separate one, because SAP gives me a default one, but even that will not suffice my need. I need to go and create a separate, I can go ahead and create a separate instance. So that is based on your need. But for process integration, when you create everything through boosters, it should automatically pick up this. So let's take an example today. So you forget about this whole thing, but when you go through cockpit, your trial account, there is something called boosters. When you activate your integration suite through boosters, by default, it should actually tie up this instance and it should provision the instance and it should activate all the relevant services because SAP now automated that process also. Because in order to avoid all this confusion and back and forth communication, they brought up a booster concept. Booster, once you give the command to the booster, booster will take all the activity internally. But this, whatever tenant you are seeing, so these are all old tenants. So these are all actually built before 2023 or something because SAP brought boosters from the mid of 2023. So you can get easy and as well as more quick response with boosters from now. But these are all with basis. Basis will take care everything internally and we can manage. But if some services are missing and something is not created, SAP recommend everyone to reach out to them and they will investigate and they might ask the client again to delete the entire subscription and reinitiate the process one more time because they even write so tomorrow today I'm actually subscribing to one product, so somehow I need to have another instance, additional instance, so I should not paid twice or thrice, right? Like, so that become a lot of chaos. So that's what, like, if they see anything, we have to raise SAP voices incident, and SAP will help. In 99%, we have to recreate everything, we have to delete, and we have to recreate everything. So it's a long activity. That's what actually, whenever we create any subscription, we make sure to SAP give the right licensing component on the BTP part, so that it can help us to move forward very easily. Okay, so in this process, right, like, so just everything we have done manually, and actually, but when you go to your real project, it will be automated through boosters. So iPaaS is nothing but integration platform as a service. So why we are calling as a iPaaS? Because SAP is providing the entire integration platform, integration solution as a platform as a service rather than as a software as a service. So because iPaaS is something like you, so SAP also providing an offering to other client to build your platform, either to choose a cloud foundry, network, okay, and in the or to choose a different runtime, like you can choose even Kima, or you can choose even Kubernetes or something like that. So whenever you build your integration solution, SAP is just giving different platform offerings. So when you go with Cloud Foundry, you can even choose which vendor I want to onboard. I can onboard in AWS or Azure, or actually I can even onboard in Google Cloud, or I can onboard in Alibaba. It actually provides multiple variety when it comes to your uh, Cloud Foundry, because Cloud Foundry considers a vendor that talks to multiple platform providers, platform service providers, and that help you to land your service into their platform. So now SAP bundle everything as a platform, your entire solution as a platform SaaS solution. So it's called as a platform as a service. So Kima is another one that SAP is offering as of today. That evolution starts from mid of 2023, where something like I have my own AWS account which is sitting on US East. I don't want SAP or any vendor to manage. I want SAP just push this solution to me. I can manage everything by my own. And actually, even Kima is something like I can have a co-innovation with my product vendor to SAP, and they can help me to have all the software updates pushed to my landscape or my network, and I can go ahead and activate whenever it is needed. So it is something like, instead of SAP manage a platform, now we are telling I can manage it, but I need your service only in terms of pushing the latest software to my landscape. So that is evolution, but no client has tried till now. Even Kubernetes is another Docker-based containers. Like no client has tried till now, because these are all like pre-matured stage, and this is all in the something like initial stage of SAP's discovery era. So once it is kind of completely at least one step matured, then people will try it out and do some project work there. Okay, so before I start, like, I just want to show you the disclaimer, then we can get started with our.
Yeah, what is SAP Cloud Foundry, Adarsh? And what is the difference between Cloud Foundry and Azure or AWS?
Okay, so just to give a background, so before, like in 2019 or 2017, there is only one offering from SAP. It is called SAP Cloud Platform Neo. So then Neo is something like you have your entire BTP cockpit, and this BTP cockpit will have your SAP, nothing but a SAP cockpit, and this cockpit will have a number of services and a number of platform services. Everything will be managed by SAP in its own data center. Okay, So, and this data center is restricted only to limited region. So, take an example in US. Okay, some clients have their own S4 system sitting in US East, but SAP is telling I have my data center only in Chandler. But that doesn't solve the purpose, right? Because there is a traffic latency between East to Chandler. You have to compromise on your all the traffic requests, all the latency. So then all the customers push and they actually ask for a different solution or different offering from SAP. Then SAP have done a joint venture with the Cloud Foundry. Cloud Foundry is another service vendor. So that will work with your platform providers like Microsoft Azure, AWS, GCP, or Alibaba. And actually, its main part is something like in the same example what I told earlier. Like there is a customer which is sitting on US East. So they will go to that. They will understand the problem from the customer. So customer, I'm telling. So if I'm a customer, I'm telling like my platform is on US East, which is hosted on AWS, right? So now Cloud Foundry it will ask AWS have a separate data center provision on US East, and we will work with SAP and we'll push all the software service into the US East region. So now your client and your SAP's SaaS solution are in the same region, and SAP will give another offering. Some because there will be some IP whitelisting can be done. So whenever the traffic whenever the traffic is done between your um, SAP on SAP S4 on-prem system to your IP of your cloud platform, your customer can do the whitelisting between on their on-prem system so that your connectivity can happen seamlessly. So that's another offering SAP came back from 2020. So with that one, and they actually started putting this data center in with AWS East and Azure West, Azure East, Azure Middle. Like they put a lot of data centers around US and around also. Then they actually gone into Europe. They put a lot of center there also, and Asia Pacific they put something in China and Singapore, and UAE they put some data center with the help of Alibaba. So now every customer can choose their own. Data centers. Like let's take if I want to keep my S4 and actually my cloud platform closer to each other, I can choose the nearest one. So that's something like SAP came up with the Cloud Foundry, and also SAP made a strategy on their product roadmap to move out entirely away from Neo. So and actually from 2021 they made a strong decision. We will not onboard any client into Neo. So Neo is going to go away completely. So who are the customer they are going to onboard, and they will be onboarding into Cloud Foundry from that point. So that's a kind of a background history till now, and that's a strategy SAP is now going on. And then we are seeing some more problems in that space also. Now SAP is coming up with its own Kubernetes and Dockers, because when you use the platform heavily and extensively, you will see lot more better capability you might expect from the product. So that's what. So in order to improve this one, SAP is just innovating new concepts and with the platform side.
Yeah, okay, Adarsh. So basically, Cloud Foundry, what it does is a kind of third-party company. So it integrates SAP SaaS or iPaaS with the nearest client data centers.
Yes, client data centers, but also those data centers are not managed by the client. Still, SAP will have a control on the data center. Just Cloud Foundry just enable that movement of the software product. So like from SAP, if SAP want to move some product, it can actually move to any of the data center whenever it needs.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, got it. Thanks, Adarsh.
Yeah. So coming back to this agenda, today we are going to cover some of the topics on your integration strategy of SAP, then how SAP integration solution or advisory methodology works. So there is nothing but your ISAM, and in technically how integration plays a major role and how the customers are having their perception on integration suite. we'll cover this one, and we can actually touch upon some exercises that on SCPI and in API management. Integration Suite is just just to give a background. So Integration Suite is a brand new product from SAP. So like starting from 2022, SAP just started Integration Suite. And before that, all the services are independent to each other. SCPA is independent, API management is independent, or even cloud, integration advisor, it's embedding product within CPI, and everything open connectors are independent. Now SAP see this is a kind of a decentralized complete SaaS solution, and actually when SAP want to drive not in terms of technology perspective, they want to go with the business solutioning perspective. So in order to have a business solutioning perspective, they come up with a bundled package called SAP Integration Suite. So now if in the Integration Suite also, like I can choose which I want heavily, which I want very lightweight. So let's take an example. I'm a customer. I want SCPA very heavily. I can add so many worker nodes, and even actually I can go ahead with having dedicated SCPA tenants and dedicated API management tenants. I can have other products like my open connectors, like my integration advisory or integration advisor, and all those other products as a shared component with other clients. And actually, I can pick and choose which I want higher version, which I want the lower version. So in that way, that will solve my business need and have my robust platform strategy for my entire integration. That's the thing SAP landed in this with the business BTP, and even you can actually do this in your own Cloud Foundry private cloud, because when it comes to Neo, so Neo is something like it's all a publicly available product, and also today, as of today, with Integration Suite, you can go as much as private you want. So that means the cloud is completely within your DNS. So let's take an example. I'm choosing Cloud Foundry, and I am actually having my Integration Suite sitting on my AWS East. I can actually have my Integration Suite closer to my S4 landscape, and I can encircle my entire thing into my same DNS. That offering is SAP is now providing from starting from 2023, 2024, beginning of 2024. And this becomes your even more private landscape. Because before it was a public landscape and it is exposed to multiple clients. Now, when you become within your DNZ or within your network, you will have a lot of products in-house or dedicated to yourself, and so that you will not be your services will not be shared with other clients. And that's something like SAP is now done in its product. And actually, Integration Suite is kind of way kind of it's matured, and there is some path ahead to also mature, because when it comes to scalability in some services inside Integration Suite, we are actually seeing some gaps, and SAP is trying to work on in that way to improve that product. Okay. Coming back to integration strategy for intelligent enterprises. So today SAP re-platform its entire cloud platform strategy into business technology platform, where you can have your, if you see the bottom of the line, where you can have your app development. So either you can do app development using BAS, which is nothing but Business Application Studio. This supports your Fury development, your HANA side-by-side extension, or your HANA outside extension, and you can do your sidecar extension with app development and everything here. And you can have your administration by provisioning multiple uh, security components, like your you can let's take an example. I'm a client. I have my servers like Ping as my enterprise IDP, I want to integrate IDP within SAP BTP, I can do that integration with your administration activity. Then I can have integration services, which is nothing but integration suite that is going to touch upon multiple integration platform solutions such as SCPI and your API management, open connectors, and other SaaS solutions. App development, so that is done through the a SaaS solution called BAS, Business Application Studio, where actually you can do side-by-side extension your with for Fury, and your then you can do entire sidecar extension that is done for your CDS extension that can be done from your S4 system, and then your administration. So you have your automation activity. So, and SAP launched a product called uh, SAP IRPA. Now it is named as SAP BPA, which is nothing but business process automation, where you can have your use cases to have some bot-enabled automation using SAP BTP services. So most of the clients are now leaning towards bot architecture using SAP BTP using BPA service. Now the another one is integration one, that is integration suite that plays a major role here. And data analytics is something like your SAC. So yeah, SAC and also other analytical tool like SDI. So smart data integration. So smart data integration plays a major role, but actually that is a kind of a product which is not matured that way. And SAP come up with a product called Intelligent Hub. And Intelligent Hub it's now picking up in the market. So, and these are various BTP offering SAP is tied up, and in order to connect to any of the service between integration service plays a major role. Like either you will be using API extensively everywhere, or your CPI everywhere to do the orchestration between the services and get your solution completely matured, very matured there. And this is when it comes to your business area serving, right? Like you will be defining a solution for your customer, like your sales related one, or it could be your HR related one, or it could be an enterprise related one. And this is something like, and it can solve multiple solution, multiple problem in terms of supply chain area. It can solve the problem in your manufacturing area, and it can solve the problem in various industry standards. And also, it helps to integrate various other customers' industry cloud into here, and so that it will have the integrated product with your SAP as well as with your other SaaS solution. So then the holistically SAP now trying to push have the integration suite end to end to achieve the business process management and have some intelligence services. So I'll talk about the intelligence services, what SAP is coming along, and how you can improve the business process management within the BTP services. That's what SAP is offering, and the integration suite is going to play a major role there. So, and in the integration suite, as I explained in my beginning of my session, so there are predefined integrations. So where actually SAP has developed the solutions for success factors, a CRM system, Ariba, and also other SaaS solutions like your even Workday packages. So some customer want to go ahead with Workday integration. They want to integrate between HR and Workday or success factors and Workday. A lot of integration SAP now come up with this in the discover mode. So and actually and this is really helpful because this really kind of help us in reducing the development time drastically. Let's take an example. If I want to go ahead with the development of 100 hours or something like that, with a pre-packaged solution, I can configure everything within 20-30 hours. So like I can actually have a huge savings over there. So this is my one of the strategy with the integration solution what SAP is offering with the predefined integrations. And with the open integration, SAP is now giving another platform, which is nothing but open connector, where open connector will have connection to at least 170 plus third-party applications. So example, your box, your AWS S3 bucket, AWS services, and Azure services, and other SaaS. Like it has like 170 plus third-party application. And the beauty of this one, right? Open Connector also has the API contract. Like let's take an example. If I want to connect to Box, it provides me the API contract via in that API in that Box API itself that helps the developer to develop and integrate using that API contract, and that will help you. So because you will avoid back and forth documentation. Every documentation is available in the open connector itself, and that will be really helpful for you to go ahead and start your development. So coming back to your holistic development, so because SAP has other cloud solution like your Ariba and your other cloud offering like your SAP CRM cloud and success factors. So in order to have the holistic integration, it touches upon multiple flavors. Like it will, let's take an example. When you want to integrate between your Ariba has its own protocol that is called CXML, and your success factors has three different protocols. Some of the APIs will be available in SOAP based, some of them will be available in OData based, some of them will be available in REST based. So SAP has holistic integration package to convert your transformation from CXML to either to OData or OData to CXML. So based on the use cases, it has actually come up with certain adapters. So SuccessFactors has its own adapter in its product, and also your Ariba has its own adapters in its product, because I can actually show you at the receiver side what are different adapters. Like that will really help you to understand what are various adapters are available. So whenever you want to make a connection to your system, you have to just go here. Go here, go to external call, view request reply, put request reply, and you can pull a number of adapters. So now this has a number of adapters, like it has Ariba adapter, it has actually even SuccessFactors adapter, Azure storage, it has plenty. So the list is very big actually. So like even if you want some third-party adapter to be used, even so if SAP has some adapter for AWS S3 bucket also. So and also you can use that adapter. You can download that adapter from a service marketplace, and you can actually deploy that adapter as a component, so that this adapter become available totally here in your product. So there are so many features SAP now bring to have the holistic integration with its SaaS solution as well as its third-party solution. So, but yeah, so here my adapters are limited because I have a limited free edition. But when you go with your actual paid one, you will have plenty. Okay, so this is one of the feature with SAP. So then AI-driven integration. As I told earlier, so SAP used to have a content advisor tied to here, but when it becomes with actually integration platform, separate integration suite, now mix and max will be available for you to design and develop, but and this mix and max should be referred in your iFlow in the iFlow, and this mix and max should be used as a as your operational mapping, and that operational mapping should be deployed with your iFlow to consume to make the transformation successful. So and also when you develop this mix and max, example, you have an IDOC structure, and you have your EDS structure on your source. You have an IDOC structure on your target. You have an EDS structure. So whenever you do that mapping, SAP proposes that the data type fault, as well as it corrects all the data internally. So that happens in your MAG. So that is completely AI-driven technique, and also you don't have to spend more time in that one. But if there are some custom fields are available that we might need to touch upon, but for the standard IDOC to EDI XML, it's all AI driven. Like once you drag and drop holistically, it'll take care of entire data format. You do not worry about that. So that's another feature that SAP is offering with this integration suite. Any queries till this time? Then coming back to the BTP core services, when it comes to integration, we have process integration, which is nothing but your CPI. We are API-led integration. There are two ways. One is graphic SAP Graph. Another one is SAP API management. So SAP API management can be exposed to the outside world because all these APIs are going to be publicly available to the network, to your local network or your outside network. Anyone can consume that one, and you can use this your API management as your masking to your backend host also on your any of your backend system. It could be your S4, or it could be your SCPI, or it could be your any S4 or Ariba SuccessFactors system. Anything you can use, and you can actually expose that API to the outside world. And SAP also has event-driven architecture with event mesh. So we saw some example for event mesh in our previous module, where with event mesh you can achieve two kinds of variant, like pull variant and push variant, where when the events are published as a lightweight, and these events will be pushed seamlessly either to any of the consumer using the broker, and broker will have the topic and you have the relevant queues, and the queues will enable that seamless integration process. So that's a event-driven architecture with event mesh. So data integration is another part. Like, unfortunately, with the free edition, we will not be able to see any data integration products. But when you go ahead with actually data integration product, so I can give some example. So when you are integrating with SAP IBP, so SAP, that's another offering from SAP. It's called that is mostly used in the planning area. So SAP IBP uses data integration tools, and one of the famous tool like CPIDS. So where um, your CPI your CPI is nothing but process integration, and CPI is for data storage. Let's take an example. I have my data entity from IBP system. If I want to do the transformation to my target of my S4, or you can use any of your planning system, and actually you can integrate that data sources using data integration, because CPADS it will come as part of your integration suite. That is not a free licensing tool, because it touches multiple data sources. So those data sources are really costly, like in terms of, because those are all native HANA data sources. Native HANA data sources brings a lot of licensing factor. So that actually IBP can have the seamless data integration using CPIDS with any of the system like SAP, your SAP. You can take an example of a planning system. SAP Planning has its own entity set. You can integrate using SAP IBP. And your SDI, Smart Data Integration, plays another role to integrate between any of your third-party system. Let's take an example. I have my data lake with my Snowflake. I want to do the seamless integration with my SAP MDG system. So because I want to integrate both the master data, so your SDI plays a major role there. So like then Intelligent SAP Intelligent Hub is another one data integration platform, which all in the same umbrella of integration suite. So SAP now have matured all this product, and they come up with all different solution, and that's a really a good offering now, and actually we can explore a lot of new packages in those areas. So previously we've seen what are the different SaaS that is tied up with integration suite, your CPI, API management, your event mesh, CPIDS, and all those things. Example, right? So now, especially you might be aware at this point of time, like how do we actually create an integration out of it, right? Like example, you can actually use a CPI. A CPI is used to connect with your any kind of SAP system or non-SAP system, even your third-party system. And you can put multiple receivers and you can do the orchestration, and it has various different pilot components. I can give that as part of for module 3 and module 4. Like we can see some more examples. Like whenever you get the data out of the system, you can actually transform the data between one receiver to another receiver seamlessly in the same flow. And because so there is a difference between your PO. You have to create multiple ICOs, and those ICOs need to be tied up with multiple adapters. But a CPI kind of removes that complexity. It brings in a same iFlow, you can actually create n number of receivers. Once you have the receiver output, you can modify the content at the mapping on the fly, and you can actually connect with your receiver based on your different queries. So this development is pretty much easy and it's all customizable. And because with this process, I can even touch a complex development by doing multiple orchestration with CPI and get output of it. So, and also once I get the output, and I can actually even expose my data to my consumer as an API too. That is even possible now. And also on SAP, in order to start with such a kind of development, because as an initial stage, if I'm a developer, if I'm very new, how I'm not. Let's take an example. I'll go to one famous development which has the discover mode, which follows all the best practices. Otherwise, I'll go to some success factors integration with complex integration that you will see various components here. SAP success factor territory and quota integration with SAP success factor incentive. Let's take this one. It will bring multiple artifacts, and this will give you an idea whenever you have a solution. How do you want to divide your artifact into multiple components? So how do I actually make a bigger problem into smaller chunk, and how do I integrate between services? That can be also followed. So take an example of this one. So this is your SAP entire CPI module, where you can see it's all HTTPS based, and it touches once you receive the data, they are using the converter, and they are using a content modifier, and they are using a lot of different palette components, and they are orchestrating here. And also they are making an HTTPS call to multiple systems, and they have a separate sub process in the bottom, and this process will be called in the top, and this will be called in a looping format, and that gives you an idea, like if there is a bigger chunk of problem, how do you want to achieve within the same iFlow. But if you want to have a n number of threads that you want to have separately, how you can separate out as a separate artifact and have that as a reusable for other development too. So in that way, you can actually have the prepackaged solution that brings best industry package. And why we are telling a best industry package? Because this product is designed to work in a certain way, considering the platform scalability and performance. SAP gives a fair idea how to develop such a solution using these tools. And you always go and refer these integrations in your prepackaged solution, and that can actually help you a fair idea. Then you can start easily developing those integrations. But in our exercise, I'll give some exercise how to do the transformation using XSLT, because you might be very much familiar with graphical and message mapping in your previous thing. But XSLT is so powerful in SCPI. It's supports all the latest ones here. Like it supports up to 3.2, and it's so powerful. It can do this transformation pretty quick. Okay, so this is what actually we can see from SAP, and also and it, so as I told earlier about content advisor plays a major role, and it touches upon multiple components as well. And coming back to your ISAM, so ISAM is something like it is a it's a kind of your architectural template, or I can say as your overall architectural design, where I can take a business problem, holistic business problem, and start putting those problems into my board and actually connect those problems with this tied up uh, components and design those using PTP SaaS solution. That's what. So SAP make it very simple now. So let's take an example. I want to connect with whenever I have a purchase order system. Before I create a purchase order, I need to check the availability of the product. So then do the orchestration CPI and get the information out. I want to connect with some AWS system and find out something. Then do the orchestration with through Open Connector, find out some problem, find out your availability. So all your connected your overall business problem can be put into a architecturally viewable way. ISAM methodology plays a major role in terms of your integration suite. And this is completely a design framework where it actually helps you to, based on your problem, it helps you to make a better decision at the time to design the product in a design a solution in a better way using the available SaaS solution. Yeah. So as I told you, right, like as an architect, how do I actually envision my end-to-end transaction completion? So starting from my store to my fulfilling my activity, how do I actually take integration suite as a solution, put everything and solution using the advisory methodology, because SAP proposes some advisory methodology while you're using ISAM product, and using that product you can actually easily solution your thing, and you can get your product way mature from there. And these are all prepackaged template, but ISAM is another solution beneficiary product. It will come, I can actually show you. So ISAM will not come in your solution here, but you will have a separate tab if you have a paid version, like something called ISAM methodology in your screen here. That will help you to, once you click on this one, that will help you to go ahead and manage your entire system and develop the entire product over there. Because so though those methodology has predefined blueprint of your some of the client solutioning as well. So if you want to have a special licensing and special package, also I would say like special advisory to that solution, because even you can even propose something new ideas to that one. You can even mature that solution from there. So it's a restricted one again. So then it needs some more thing from there. Yeah. So this is the entire cycle how ISAM is working as of today. Okay. So assess your integration strategy. So like when I need to know whether I'm going to use integration suite as my entire integration strategy, or I'm going to integration suite only for SAP related product. So or actually then you can decide like what role SAP integration suite is going to propose. So you can actually you can mention in your cycle, like some cycle. Then coming back to your, if first you need to weigh with this strategy, what are the prepackaged solutions that are available there, and what are your hybrid solutions that are going to available there. So like based upon that, you need to pick up which are the hybrid, which are the prepackaged one, or which are the custom one, and which are the hybrid one. We have to pick each and everything, and we need to make that as a best practice. Then coming back to your best practices. So SAP is proposing the best practice of integration using its own discover mode, and with the best practice, we will enable and empower those practices. Like and with this one, ISAM, its complete cycle is matured, and we can take this solution and have as a template, and we can, based on the template, we can start our blueprinting development. Okay, so this is the entire cycle. Like as I talked earlier, like start your integration strategy, document and your integration overview, then design your hybrid integration platform. Then third, come back to your define your integration best practice models. Once you define your best practice model, because in your best practices you will be having certain points like what are my key decision criteria that I have to look into, and key characteristics that I have to look into to make my blueprint successful, right? Like so once I have my architecture, like I want to have a clear cut pinpoints which area I need to concentrate more, and which area I need to have kind of secondary solution options if something goes wrong in another way. Like so, like your deep integration best practice, like your deep industry knowledge is needed over there. And let's take an example. In any of your integration strategy or integration platform, observability plays a major role, because any transaction you do end to end, you need to know you will be hopping multiple system in your ecosystem. You need to understand where it is failed, how it is failed, what is the visibility of this error. So who has the visibility of this error? So these three things are very important, because then it is easy to bring the entire solution to be turned around very quickly. So observability, which is nothing but your end-to-end traceability, that is more important in your entire solution, and that comes also as your best practice. And once you define that one, you have to define an observability framework also. So ISAM is not only actually proposing a solution, it also plays a major role in bringing an empowered, or a kind of, I would say, like operational management. So once I make a solution live, how it's going to make easy for my operation. That's major factor for me. This is the one, like if I go to my capabilities, I can even show to you. Let's see whether this is available for us in the home page. You have to create a request for ISAM. So this is something like you need to give some business problem, and based on the business problem, SAP will give some elevated access to access some of the predefined solution, and from there we can actually take it forward from there. Like so, this is going to the integration request. This one, this is not even actually configured to us, because this requires some kind of elevated access. Yep. So any more queries or doubts till this point of time? Like so just before I go too much here, like I just want to touch upon and show to you, and actually how do you create an connectivity with your OData service with CPI. Let me go here into my integration package. I have my test flow. I have my control modifier here. Let's take an example. If I want to connect to my S4 system, first and foremost thing, I need to have a request reply. Okay. So which is request reply put as HTTPS. So in general, we used to have OData V2 and everything. Okay, let's use HTTP adapter. So now I can actually take the configuration of my S4 system from my destination. This is my URL, and with this connectivity, I'm giving this URL. Okay, so then I will put just to bring the dollar metadata. I'm keeping as the proxy type as internet. So now I need to choose which authentication that I can follow. So either I can actually follow basic auth, OAuth 2.0, or OAuth SAML bearer. In general, with any backend system, you will be creating a basic auth credentials. So before using that one, like let's check if I'm choosing a basic auth, it will ask the credential name. Where do I create the credentials? If I go to my come to security material, click on user credentials, because this will actually serve your user credential name. Once you click deploy, this will be deployed here. Okay. So now we need to use the same credential here. And I'm putting if there is any failure, just show that exception. Otherwise, we are good. Yeah. So in this one, I need to put which API I'm going to call. So I just put metadata, but I need to give the API correct API name. I'm picking this API, V4 API. And in this API, this is a service group name. This is Data V4. Let's see if Data V2 is available. This Data V2 API specification. Yep. This is API configuration details. We can copy this entire thing here. Then put this one, and I can actually put some more extensions. I'll put slash a purchase order to bring some purchase order numbers. Let's see how many POs are available in the system. Then I'm increasing my timeout to 5 minutes. But the best practice is always not go beyond 3 minutes. Since the system is way high, like I can actually give 5 minutes. 30. Yeah, this should be good. Now let's save this as a version. Now we can deploy this one. Okay, so like if I want to see the data, if I want to see any step-by-step errors, I can enable some traces. Okay. So log level I'm increasing from info to trace. Then I am going to my postman. And now clicking on this request. Let's see how this request is coming in the monitoring. Go to overview. Click here, you should be able to see the request. It's telling 403 forbidden. Okay, let's see what is the error. Oh, I think this is came as a post request. Now in the adapter, we need to change that as a get request. So here you have the methods like get, choose get here. So then it becomes very easy. Then let's give a try now. Now I will click on send. The request is already triggered. Again, it failed. Reservation. I think it should deploy. We have to give some time. It is not deployed. Let me deploy this one more time. It started. Okay, let's change from info. I think this service is not available in the system. It's filling 404 not found. This was not found. A underscore purchase order. Oh, this resource is not found. Okay, let's see if at least this service is available there with the metadata. Let's say I'm getting a metadata. With this metadata, we can actually go ahead and use, which is the default APIs and everything from here. Okay, so somehow this is tied up with sales order too. Okay. So we are able to get the metadata from there. You can actually access some more resources and get the information about it. So job sales order expenses. It's my bad. Like underscore purchase order should bring some data. So now it should bring some data. So this way, like just I'm giving a flavor, like whenever you change some service, how you can identify different errors, and based on the error, actually you can even sort out the problem by your own with the available traces and logs. Okay, so like this log will always give you the right information to navigate along and to find what is the exact error, and you can actually go ahead and fix it. No service found on the namespace. This one, like yeah. So this service is not even active in the system. I think the only sales order service is active. The system purchase order service is not active. So this is just an example how to create an adapter with HTTP and make a connection to your any of the OData API through this as a HTTP connection and get the response back and check how you're seeing the response. And this is a way that you can triage your problems and get the information out of it, and you can modify when you're doing some development. You can use OData adapter. But so when you create your trial account will not have your OData adapter, because let's take an example. If I put this one to a receiver, so in your actual version, you have the OData adapter, but here in your trial account, I see an OData adapter. We can use V2 also. Yes. OData adapter, yes. So this is coming. It's the same URL. It's going to be the same. And
Okay.
actually, to be yeah, let me show you with the other service also, just how to connect your OData adapter through connection. Let me check whether that is established. Okay, let's, if you are connecting this one and going here, yeah. Once you click on next step called processing, there is something called select resource. So now it will ask you to input the credentials. So let's say I'm giving remote, then I can give the credential name, which credential I need to use. I can use this one. Yeah. So now you can choose which resource you want to consume. Use this one too. Like I can use query operation, just simple get or read. Okay. So in this one, I can even generate my XSD for read, and I can select all feeds. So here you have sub levels. You can go up to 3 or 4 levels or 5 levels. Select this one. Yeah. Here you need to input some sales order number. Let's take an example. If I'm giving 101. Okay, I'm not sure whether this order is available, but let's give a try. But this is with the read operation. But when you select with query operation, it's just a free end. Directly you can do it. And this will bring all the orders that are available in the system. I will actually tell in detail which is the best in our coming modules. But based on your requirement, it is better just to give a background. SCPI understand XML more than any other technology. Even though you get the OData in JSON format, you need to do the conversion with XML because SCPA loves XML than any other protocol. So I would actually prefer if SOAP is available for any API, that is a preferred one. But OData is another layer now SAP has built for its own gateway services, all your services out of it. But even that also brings your output in data like your EDMX format. So that brings all your output in a defined. Yeah. So underlying everything, it is a camel engine in your ACPI. Camel engine understand more XML than your rest of any other format. So you will be able to easily develop if you have all your format with it. If you have, so I believe these are all like your SAP native proxies, right? Like your standard proxy, correct? Right? Like you might have a standard proxy and you might expose those proxy through SOA manager. So in PO world, there are two ways to connect. So you can have your proxy, your ABAP proxy that is defined on your S4, on your ECC or your S4 system. When you have PO, you will bring your proxy to your ESR and you expose that proxy through your ID as a ICO. Okay, but actually when it comes to SCPI, SCPA cannot understand all those things. SCPA will can understand only the endpoint URL. Okay, so just once you give the final endpoint, so that means SCPA should know should actually it believes already the service is activated in some SOA layer. But in case of PO can act as your SOA layer.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
So that's what actually like you need your proxy should be activated in S4 as a SOA through a SOA manager. Then you can consume that one and you can use this one. So I will actually deep dive into some kind of mapping and actually like some accessibility because I'm not sure in PO world mostly people will be using the graphical mapping. Accessibility might be very limited, but in SCPI accessibility is a powerful engine. And PO you might have used complete UDF based, and you could have used Java mapping also there, and you could use actually other proxies also there. So in SCPI, like I can see like XSLT is a really a powerful one here. Coming back to your positioning of your integration toolkit. So as I explained earlier, this SCPI will serve as your iPaaS, and this iPaaS also has multiple services, your SCPI API management and everything, and that brings n number of seamless connection and integration with the system, and that brings a lot of end-to-end integration process. To be more clear, like let's take an example. I have an Ariba system, or I have actually a field glass system. I want to connect to any of my government agencies, right? Like in olden days, we used to have all the prepackaged solution available from PO, and we use leverage that one. But PO has limited only to banking sector and some related to CRM sector. But SAP extended this capability to be supported for all the business functionality. And today we are actually touching with even for India GST also we have a standard package. You just activate the package for India GST, you are good to go and up and running. You can even show that package too. You just type India GST here. You should see a package for India GST. So and this package is well coupled, like very tightly coupled with your Indian government, and that brings seamless changes whenever India GST terms are changing. This will be completely changed, and this is a seamless integration that you will be using for e-invoicing. And this is suppose two different templates, and you can use this template for your seamless integration. SAP has multiple government connectivity, multiple system connectivity, and touches those integration using CPI, and your third-party integration with your open connectors, and your API management that tries up to connect with multiple system, even mesh types of API management tries to connect with your CPI or your S4 system through Cloud Connector, and your data integrations through any of your CPIDS or SDN and everything. And even mesh is another one feature for enterprise messaging. So I want to show you what are the core capability that has been provisioned for cloud integration for seamless activity. Then how we are positioning this one with various components like cloud integration with seamless integration. API management is for end-to-end lifecycle management of an API. So ISAM is for your integration assessment, and your advisor is for your B2B scenarios or any EDA scenarios, and trading partner integration. So these are the very core capabilities that Integration Suite supports, and it has lot of inbuilt SaaS solution and everything that gives very good maturity. So just only one recommendation, just explore this one, ap.sap.com. It's just a kind of an API Bible. It has plenty of information with this one. You can play around with this information, and you can actually understand more how you can connect that to your services, and how you can actually expose the services. That gives a complete clarity. So even you can pick up some service from here, and you can pick up and even configure that one. If something is not available, we can actually try to activate that one from our S4 system too. Yeah. So just play around with this one, API Business Hub. So whenever whenever you're touching in any of your integration suite, your API Hub is going to, there's nothing but your Business Accelerator Hub is going to play a major role here. We'll deep dive completely into API management and various policies that is available, and how you can decode some policy and actually use that policy in your API management and get authenticated from there.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the purpose of the Integration Advisor service in SAP BTP Integration Suite? Option A, to provide recommendations for process automation. Option B, to manage and monitor APIs. Option C, to provide recommendations for integration scenarios. Option D, to develop and extend SAP S/4HANA. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master SAP BTP Integration Suite? Our course is here to guide you every step of the way. In this course, you will delve into SAP BTP Integration Suite, a powerful tool for managing supplies seamlessly. From ensuring we have enough products to efficiently getting them where they need to be, SAP BTP Integration Suite has got you covered. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts in the field. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience, dedicated to helping you grasp the concepts and addressing any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's budget-friendly, offering you a fantastic opportunity to enhance your skills without breaking the bank. Ready to become a SAP BTP Integration Suite Pro? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.
Okay, so what is API management? In an integration strategy for an intelligent enterprise, let's take an example. You choose your integration suite as your enterprise grade integration platform. And if you want to connect your SAP system SAP's data to other system. Like in your ecosystem, you might have other systems. You might have your legacy. You might have your system which is lying on your third party and cloud, and you might have other system which is lying on your digital front. So many other different combinations, right? Like I might have different purposes and different combination of data that I need to serve to my consumer. So if I want to serve that data to my consumer, how do I expose that API? So how do I expose that data? So the one option is to expose as an API, and other option is to expose as through integration service. So, but let's check if I open up with integration service, since it's in the cloud, people will actually see for a higher level security mechanism. So if I consider about a higher level security mechanism on some throttling effort within API management, within the API, whatever API that actually I'm going to expose, your API management plays a major role over there. So in that case, you can even have your API management activated as an enterprise. You can activate your API management in your integration suite, and you can position your API management closer to your backend system with that. And also with a new feature what SAP is offering today, you can make your entire cloud strategy as your private cloud within your same DNZ. That is another one interesting factor that SAP is now offering. So when it comes to DNZ side, right, like I can protect my entire system within my same IP range so that my data will not be completely exposed to the outside world. I have the security level at the highest rate. So that's a major criteria about from the platform side. So now, whenever you create an API, let's take an example. I'm creating I'm exposing a OData API. So tomorrow, because today you might actually expose an API A. Tomorrow you might expose the same API with some kind of another version. Okay, so let's take, it could be a version 1 as an API today, whatever you're exposing. Another version you might expose that API that could be V2. So as an industry best practice, any cloud offering or any system which consume that API, they will expect an API to be exposed in a different version. The reason behind that, right? Like today, I have an API for sales order with some defined with I can actually have an API which is connected to my CDS view. And tomorrow, for my requirement, I am going ahead and actually extending that CDS view in total. But this could actually impact on the consumer side on your new data structure. In that case, like you cannot directly go ahead and ask the consumer, today I introduced new field and you just rely on that one. So now any consumer will have a kind of a different versioning system. So they will ask you whether you will go for a V1 or V2. But we will actually see the versioning system in detail when it comes to API management, how you can version that one and how you can version those paths and you can control that. But whenever you enter into an API management in general, you have this entire life cycle. Example, right? Like so starting from your API, so you will be actually, first and foremost thing, you will be starting from discovery or discover API packages, then go to your API designer, building the API, publishing the API, analyzing the failure on the API, and consuming that API and monetizing this API. This is the entire life cycle of an API, and each and every API has to follow a different versioning because whenever, as I mentioned, so those API versioning plays a key role and major role in your day in day out consumer system. Okay. So coming back to your digital front, especially on the digital apps, how do you actually get an API? So like Let's take an example. You take an example of your sales order system, sales order API, right? Sales order API will be consumed by two different partners. Either it could be your digital app, or it could be your app which are actually used in your wholesale system. So if you're in a supply chain industry, so in that case, how do I make that available in different versions? That plays a major role. And API supports another capability for real-time API integration. Example, in case of digital front, they expect some response immediately, not like the previous. So SAP used to be always a batch mode earlier. Now, now with the new S4 data and with this new S4 model, people expect actually the API to any transaction that is happening within SAP with a near real-time thing. So that can be offered through APIs. Okay, and another one is something like microservice architecture. So bundling multiple API into a single API from Odata service through your S4 system and expose that API with your deep entity is another option. People are preferred nowadays so that people can actually consume a particular entity set of data through that service, and they can actually use other services for other functionality. So microservices architecture is something bundle all the services and to make everything as a single API, and that also enables to go ahead with your robust DevOps model in the future. Okay. Yeah. So in API management, we have different components as I showed you earlier. Let me show that one more time. If I go to my API management here, the design mode, and I go to configure here APIs. You have your API proxies, API provider certificate, and key value map policy template and everything, because we talked about in our first session, but we will go in detail in this session. So API provider is always your start, always is going to be a starting point, because whenever you want to create any proxy or a product, you need to have a providers. So, so as we see in an option like, let's take an example in this one. So this is your API for your S4 system, which connects two different proxy type. One is type as internet. It could be your cloud connector. See here, it could be your cloud connector, and it could be your open connector. Okay, so and it could be your cloud integration for accessing this entire component. These are the various four proxy type, like are your type of connection that I can actually create with your API provider. But in our version, whenever you go ahead and create those APIs, we have only two options, because this is a kind of a older version of BTP API management component. It does not have all four versions, so it brought promises the cloud integration also. You can give like this directly, and here you can give your client ID and client secret. And this one on premises, we do not have a S4 system on premise. We are just using internet S4 system as of now, so like a cloud S4 system, so that we choose as internet. And if I have any of the open connector, so in general, open connectors are nothing but those are connectors which, let's take an example. I want to expose an AWS API from through open connector. So on this API can be consumed in your CPI also directly, and also it can be consumed in your third-party system also. So, so by doing that, so in open connectors, you can even have another operation. Let's take an example. If you want to post a data through box system by your integration platform, so you can use this API management to you convert that one to um, uh, as a proxy endpoint, and you can consume that one as in your adapter too. So if you do that option, then we get all these things here. So open connector as a separate SaaS solution. I'll see if I can get that licensing as much as possible. Right? But yeah, in general, like we created for this one as well as this one, and your on-premise is not available and open connector is not available. So these are the 4 different options of your open connect, like your API provider that you can connect and you can actually make the connection. Because if you onboard yourself in your trial account with API management, you get by default APIs for API proxy creation and your product for product creation, and even there is an option called application. You can even bundle multiple products into an application too, and you will have policy, the same thing, policy template. But with integration suite, some of the options are restricted as of today, like and actually like most of the but SAP, I think SAP has realized that most of the customers are going ahead with only API proxy and with the limited option of creating an API product. Okay, but I will just walk through the concept of API product also. So API product is nothing but actually, let's take an example. I want to do a supply chain transaction. In order to do a supply chain transaction, I might actually need order creation and purchase. That could be a sales order creation, purchase order creation, and your invoice creation, and also your inventory management. So everything I can bundle this as a product, and I can publish that product. So whenever any consumer consume that product, I can share that key and make a handshake of that key with other. I'll share the key whenever the API product has been hit by the consumer through an URL. So the key stands as your main authenticator to authenticate the product and consume the relevant API from the product. Okay, so and application is something like if I have a bundled multiple products. So in this example, if I have a product and if I have bundled multiple product, and I can create a API application where you can expose you have your connection to multiple product with multiple microservice architecture. Everything can be exposed as a single application, and those application can be viewed with a robust view. This is a major thing that SAP used to have in the newer world, but in the Cloud Foundry, I never seen that option when it launches with Integration Suite. But when you have a standalone API management as a service, so you will have that option of integration, product and application that is somehow now completely taken off. And entry. So what happened, like, so whenever you register a product and SAP asks you directly whether I can actually make that registration into your API business hub, which is nothing but your ap.sap.com. So this is a business accelerator hub. So that's that SAP registered by your product. They can offer you an option to register your product into that hub so that other consumer can easily use that one. So that's only one of the options they used to offer in when you have a standalone Cloud Foundry services, but Integration Suite, some of the options are now restricted. Yeah, so I think we see in detail about the creation of an API provider. Okay, so and yeah, so whenever you create a provider, I think so you might know the basic detail of host and your proxy type that I have explained you with multiple proxy type, whether it could be internet, or it could be your actually cloud connector, it could be your CPI, or it could be your on-premise system. Okay, so and also I can actually show another option. I'm not sure whether that is available now, but yeah. So here, whenever you choose an option of S4, right, like you can even actually make a discover mode and you can find that API too. So let's take an example. I want to discover an API from my API app. That is also possible. So like uh, generally, if you create your business hub, SAP Business Hub as your one of the API provider, you can even discover multiple APIs and you can select and you can create, you can just reuse that API here. So that is that option also possible, but this need a key from SAP to handshake and set this credentials over here. So that you will be creating as part of your internet connection. So that key is needed because whenever you open your business hub, so this is your business hub, you will be you need to log into business hub with your your credential, login credential. So let's take an example. You can use my the whatever credential that has been shared for your BTP as well, but that also requires a key to handshake that business subsystem with your API management so that the connection will be seamless. So with that option also, you can go ahead and create your API and using the discover mode. Yeah. So then coming back to your another option of how to start this creation of this API. Like I think we started creation of the provider, and then once a provider is created, then actually we have seen some basic example too in that area. So now this is what actually once a service is activated from your S4 system. So this is your S4 maintain transaction screen where you can actually go ahead and see which services are activated, and you can even consume those services directly. Okay, so and you can actually do the test connection. So now we have done the basic stuff on the API management. If somebody has any clarification, I can even create one more time and show it to you how to create an API. Mostly by business workstream. So not by SAP modular, mostly by the business workstream. Easier management, and also with that one you can add. Let's take an example with a business workstream. Any business work stream want to tie up with a higher level of security, and they can actually tie up the access app key with the product, and that key can be used only by a specific subscriber. So when you have a product, and your product will have multiple subscribers. So generally any business work stream, right, like they want to limit their product only for their usage. They don't want to others to access the product. They will add more layer of security, and they tie that to your monetizing capacity. So like you have a monetizing, right? I can actually even monetize that API product. One, like if I am a business owner in an organization, I will ask the team to create a product for my business need and tie that to my monetizing thing. I will pay directly to that API product consumption. I don't want anyone. I'll also have the visibility how many subscribers are using my APIs. So so let's take an example. You are getting a requirement of create a invoice document, right? Like, but first and foremost thing, any developer will go and check whether this API is available as out of the box capability. So so let's take an example. When you go for a greenfield implementation, so they will try to use as much as possible from the out of the box solution. So let's take an example. I don't have access to any of my SAP system. How do I find out which APIs are available from the out of the box? So you can actually type this one in your business accelerator, and you can find out which are out of the box APIs, or your Odata service could be your Odata service, or it could be a REST, or it could be a SOAP. And then you can plan your strategy in such a way which one for your best business use case, right? Like you can see where you can whether you want to use API as part of your API management or your part of your SAP integration, and also you can even do a deep dive into that also. Like let's take an example. If I see that invoice document, like I can even see this documentation, and I can find out what is the defined structure, what is a structure that is SAP is offering as part of my out of the box. So I don't find any realistic API, but actually I can just create some kind of a dummy API. But in real world, you will be using some of the REST API when you use system like car on some system with MDG. They will have lot of API that are exposed through REST, and those APIs you can consume or you can create as a REST API, and you can consume in your API management. But the functionality will be similar. There will not be any difference out of it. But mostly like it is used in systems like car and MDG. Those API has many REST APIs than your S4 system. It actually recommends your possible integrations as solutions. It can actually, let's take in PO, if you're doing some with the EDI, then it will actually propose integration advisor as one of the solution. And if you use any database connectivity with PO, then it will actually propose CPIDS. So it will propose multiple integration options, and from there you can do all those integrations. Yeah, I would say 70% ISAM could be correct, but 30% we have to put our because ISAM is just proposal, right? Like for the SaaS solution. But as an architect, we have the architectural team as an enterprise team need to validate and refine that solution based on the current use case. Because whenever in the olden PO days, all your transaction might be handling through your legacy and your SAP system, right? Non-legacy system, right? Like now, when it comes to your business transformation, now your digital transformation, you might want to go as near at real time as possible. Some of the functionality you might have developed in PO with your async mechanism. Now they want that to be a synchronous mechanism. It's API. You put your problem, define your problem. ISAM propose those options how you can improve that your designing methodology. So, yeah. So REST API is this way you can create your REST API in your test system. You can even play around the APIs like and also you just go to your S4 system. I think everyone has S4 system access through their logon. Pick any of this user from 10. So as I mentioned in that one, right, like go to the transaction. I'll go to this. If you go to the transaction, you can see the services from the maintain screen. Can you do as your exercise, like go to this transaction on your S4 system. Once you log on to your S4 system, go to /IWF/maintain service, go to this transaction, and from this transaction, see what are the OData services that are already activated, and pick up one OData service and try to at least convert that as an API, so that API proxy. At least you will know how to consume an API proxy or create an API proxy and consume about it. So since you have the credential handy, come to Postman, use a URL and test with your credential whatever you are using for your logon. Then you can see all the API data. Okay. So try this as part of your assessment thing, like your homework, so that at least you will know how to go to the different transaction technique. So then I think this so I'm just walking through the option one more time, like how to create an API. So once you create an API provider, then so this is your bundle of your API provider. So then you can go ahead and start using this go to the design mode directly and start using that create option and use a API provider, which API provider you need. So here in this example, we have chosen the gateway system which is connected, and once you give the discover mode, it brings list of APIs, and you can choose that API and you can click on OK. Then this API will be created and it will be accessed. Yeah, so this is another way that you can actually even connect your S4 system. But in order to connect your S4 system, you need to have a perfect gateway. Gateway should be exposed in such a way to connect to your API management. If you do that option, your entire transaction can come in close with API management, and then that gives you a complete flexibility of creating an API. Okay, so another option is to create through URL. That's what we are using, creating through URL by inputting all the URL information. So we tried one option of just directly putting the endpoint and doing that option. But there is another way, like whenever you create an API, let's take an example. If you want to consume any your service from your SCPI without that one, right? Like without any API provider, you can even consume that service. Just go here. So this similar model you can actually use for other systems too. Just go here, go to monitoring tab, integration APIs. Copy this URL directly. Paste this one. You can directly even create this one. Okay, so let's take an example. If you have a third-party API where you cannot create as API provider in that case, SAP even support an option in that case how to create a API out of it. This is something you're getting from CPI. So even you can use this way, you can connect all your third-party APIs and you can do all your operations seamlessly. This is another option of using the API management through URL. Yeah. Any more queries till this time? Creation of API. Then we can see another option of through proxy also. So there are some cases you might use proxy also. I'll give some example to that one. So yeah. So we talked about actually how to create a API using URL. So that also we talked about that one. Then API designer. So this is to develop a contract. So like as I told earlier, like if you have any contract available, openapi.sap.com. We go to Swagger editor, especially Swagger editor. You can download any API hub open contract and click on create API designer. That will create an API designer here. So like this will bring all your contract. So this is a way that you can create your API designer and have this API designer published for the developer to use. And once you create your API designer, and this will be tied up to your API for resource generation. So whatever resources that you are creating here, and all those things need to be created as a separate endpoint in your API management. Okay, so that's one about it. Okay, let me see how to create that one for you. Just take an example of sales order only. So once you create an API designer, that also resemble with as your API. Yeah, you see here. Just directly connect to your backend system. Even you can actually change this one to whatever backend that you want to use. Let's take an example. You can select this one and change to SPOFH2 and give our actual API endpoint. So whenever you create any open API with the published document, you can come and modify as part of your connection need, and then you can actually take it forward for your API creation. This is a way that actually you create API designer. From the API designer, we go ahead and extend your API. Okay, yeah. Before our break, like I spoke about API proxy. So API proxies are a type of APIs, which let's take an example. I want to send an alert whenever some throttling is happening, or I want to connect to a system in a looping way or in a different way. I can create an API provider as a separate API and consume that API in my main API. So this is a kind of this will be used in a kind of a object oriented example. It will be used mostly in your very complex requirement where you want to capture some data using not through directly through your proxy, through other API proxy as an entrance. So that is possible. This can be used. Example, right? I want to use a sales order. Select the sales order API, but this will be connected to a system. Okay, so then you can do a test and you can even do you can create your API. But whenever you expose this API, all your connection will not be going through this one. It will be going through this one. So in some customer, what they will do, they will create an API system provider as a API proxy, and they will make all the connection through that API provider, so that to that API proxy, so that actually all their transaction will be completely monitored, and they know what are the exact path they are actually using when they hit the backend. So in that way, they will have a tight control of governance. So that is another way of using API proxy. You have a main proxy of functionality like sales order, purchase order, and everything, but you have your main API as your system. Example, I create a API with S4 HANA host. Any resources can be accessed, because this is how you can actually use this one. But yeah, I'm trying to see why this CPU provider to provider connection is not working. Somehow this URL is not transforming, because so what is happening, the current issue, right? Like my API is like this. Okay, whenever I hit this API, this will go and hit in my backend directly like this. So this URL is not getting transformed. Usually, whenever you hit your thing, this has to go to proxy. The whatever S path you transfer, the same path will be transferred from one API to another API. So now in this one, it's not happening. That's what it is telling 404 not found. But in general, it actually happens in such a way that transform your S path from one path to another path, so that actually you can have a common host, but that common host can be used in your multiple API creation, and that can be leveraged across. So that's a general use case that we use to simulate an API and find out how your API provider can be managed in a better way to have multiple proxy connected. Any query stream, like anyone, just can somebody show their screen, like just try to create some API, then I can go into detail of creating some quota policy and applying some uh, mirror message, like if some quota is exceeded, like how do we apply some mirror message and go about it. Like, do we have any doubts till now, or everyone are able to access this one and able to create some API out of it? So just today, at least I can walk through some policies, especially quota policy, because that's a traffic management policy in general. When you go for any API development, the uh, the main expectation of API management is to control the traffic. How do we control the traffic through API management that we can see today? So click on your pre-flow, and you can apply this one, quota policy. But before this one, you might need to understand what is pre-flow and post-flow, where to apply all the concepts. Like so, I'll just show you how to apply. I'll walk through some concepts, then we can parallelly see how you can correlate those things. This is for the incoming request. Whenever I actually apply this request, when I choose as pre-flow, when I choose as incoming request, it will be applied at the pre-flow. When I choose as outgoing response, it will apply at the outgoing response. So I'm choosing as incoming request, and I'm clicking on add. Okay. So now this is a policy. We will see in detail what are different options that you have in quota and how you can manage this quota. But before that, like, you need to understand how to apply a policy and what section you need to apply these policies. Let's go over those concepts. So yeah, what are policies? So policies are nothing but to add uh, uh, add-on feature to your API. Especially, you can add you can actually, when you add a policy, you can improve your security of an API, and you can actually have a throttling capacity. You can even have a mediation policy to convert one payload to another payload. And the next one is about having a custom policy, the usage of custom policy, right? Like in case of very complex requirement, like you might even use some kind of a JavaScript or even Python code to decrypt some data that is coming on your traffic and use in your API flow along the way. That's a main usage of your policies. Okay. So as I explained, right, these are various policies that are available. One is access control policy. Then your access control is nothing but create a policy to control the particular resources at certain entry. So let's take an example. I'm using sales order API, and I'm actually I want to use only get operation of my a underscore sales order. So you can use access control, and you can define what resource you need to control that access that can be controlled over there. So then access entity. So next level is something like how many entities you want to give that control. So that can be used for that one. Assign message is something like this is something like I want to assign either header of my whenever I connect to my target system, whether I can use you assign message policy, whether if I want to change target headers like your authorization parameter, or you can even add some content type. So these are some examples, or you can actually even add some payload whenever you connect to any system. You can even add payload to it. So that's assigned message policy. Your basic authentication policy is to verify your basic authentication. That means whenever and basic authentication comes, you can authenticate whether it has a relevant credential and move forward that one. Extract variable is something like in your policies, you will be creating n number of variables. Okay. And how do I create a variable? So let's take an example. I before I use extract variable policy, I have a common use case where I can go ahead and consume a system using a service call policy, and that policy gives me a response in a JSON payload format. Example, your token generation. So this is your token generation thing. If I want to extract this access token inside my API management, I have a requirement or just make a call of whenever before you make a call to your API S4 system, get the access token of your SAP Cloud Platform and pass it on it. So how do you pass it on? So like inside your API management, you can even use the policy called access extract variable policy. With extract variable policy, you can extract the response which is coming out of it. But before you can wonder like how do I even call that system? So that is something called service callout policy. So once you have a service callout policy, this is nothing but a service callout policy. You can define the same URL, whatever URL that you want to call, and put that URL and make a hit to that system, and that will bring the response in the next step. Once you have the response in the next step, use extract variable and then get the data out of it. And once you have that variable, then you can pass it to your backend system with some additional header parameter. It could be a header parameter, or it could be your payload also. You can set it. So this is just a common example of requirement that we come across with extract variable, because this is something like within API management also I can do orchestration by calling multiple policy, and I can do the connections. So then invalidate cache. So this policy plays a major role. Let's take an example. I have a requirement of creating a purchase order, but in your real world, before you create a purchase order, you need to make a call to your S4 system through your OData service. And consider you are actually going to use a OData service to create a purchase order. And so whenever you use a OData service for any post methods, it requires a CSRF token. So those CSRF token need to be passed, and those token need to be validated by your gateway system. Then this one will be authenticated. Like once I have that one, so once I have my CSRF token, S4 will validate the incoming call, and then it will help you to proceed to create a purchase order. But most of the consumer will be wondering why I have to do two-step of operation. First, because as I told earlier, this requires a CSR token. Before you go ahead with the step of creating 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 the order with the information along with the token. First, you need to get the token. So in order to do that one, you will be making two calls. First, you will do a get call, and you will do a post call separately. So if you do a get and post separately, so you are actually increasing your number of API calls, and also the consumers are not actually satisfied in making two different calls. So in that case, what we can have, we can implement caching mechanism. So I'll get the payload. Before I get the payload, I go ahead and get I internally using service call out policy. I call my S4 system, get the token, cache the token. Okay. So I will actually put it into my token, and I'll actually set the expiry of the token. So I can actually set the expiry like this token is valid for next 40 minutes. So once the token is expired, so this invalidated policy will move out of this policy from its database, and it will just completely erase out. So you will be using a populate cache, and you will be using invalidate cache. Once it's invalidate cache is done, because every time whenever you actually read the whenever you look up that value, you will be looking up from the lookup cache, and the lookup cache actually will set the equal timer with invalidate cache. And this in general, invalidate cache, lookup cache, and populate cache are tied together. So populate cache is for the first time storage. Invalidate cache is for the same policy. You will be setting some timer. Lookup cache is something like whenever you make a next call, you will be looking up. So once this is actually the cache is invalidated, then the consumer will get the response 403 forbidden. Then once the 403 forbidden is repeated, then you have to make another call and get the token. So you can actually make a entire orchestration within API management and cache the token as long as you need. And moreover, like it's not about only the caching of the token. Whenever you can actually cache n number of parameters. In this use case, you will be caching both your token as well as your session headers information. Because whenever the gateway trusts you as a API consumer and also order injector, it will actually need a session ID. So whenever you make a query to get the token, the same session ID need to be passed in the second time while you are posting the token. So that what actually populate cache will help you to populate n number of parameters, and lookup cache will help you to get n number of parameters. Once it expired, invalidate cache will like it will empty all the record, and it will actually throw the exact error back to the consumer, and that process will go ahead and repeat one more time. So this is this is a kind of a use case with invalidate cache example. Another one is something like JavaScript. Even in your API management policies, you can actually use JavaScripts, and you can actually, let's take an example. You are getting a base64 encoded JOT token. So in our use case only, I got a JOT token of base64. So I before I do that entire decoding, so I can use a JavaScript to decode entire thing. So you can use a JavaScript policy to decode and find out the exact parameters within that one. So let's take an example. Within the same policy, you need to read the claim of your token. So claim could be your read. So let's take an example. In the same access token, if I go to jot.io, so in this one, let's take an example. You want to segregate this one. You want to read the payload segment of your token, because your JOT has 3 segments always. your header, which is marked in red, and actually you have the payload in marked in pink color, and your signature of that complete payload, which is marked in blue color. So in this one, your payload will have the information of your claims detail, which is claim is nothing but your scope detail, as well as it will have the information about your what authentication that you have, and also it will have what is a client credential that you have. So let's take an example. As a requirement, you want to read this client credential out of it. So you client ID out of it. You can use a JavaScript policy, and JavaScript policy will help you to split that into multiple strings. From the string, you can use again decode policy, decode and find out that object, JSON object. Once you get the JSON object, use extract variable to get the entire assign that entire thing to a variable using extract variable policy, and you will be getting the particular parameter out of it. So that's what like we can actually use n number of policies to articulate a single solution. So once you come like hands on to this entire policy, you will be knowing how to use different policy for different requirements. Okay. So yeah, coming to JSON and XML, I think this is a mediation policy. So this requirement is something like you have a consumer where your backend is completely a SOAP message, but your producer need an API in a REST format. You can actually convert your entire SOAP message into a JSON into a JSON format using your normal online converter. And whenever they hit that JSON payload, that will be directly transformed to your XML thing. And whenever you hit the backend, you are going to hit same XML payload and get the response out of it. So this is another one use case with a JSON to XML payload. So then talking about key value map operation. So KVM is another policy that you will be using for some requirement like I am doing a basic authentication. So, but I don't want to authenticate all the users. So you can actually authenticate all the users, but I don't want to authenticate all the users. So in that case, what you will actually use a basic authentication, and with the basic auth, you will read your entire authorization parameter, and you can decode that parameter too. We'll see that basic authentication in detail tomorrow, as well as followed by all the some of the policy. I'll show you how to use that one, how to see that response, and how we can say about that one. So then you can even have your key value map, right? Like with the basic authentication policy, you will get your authorization header, and from the header, it will decode itself, and it will split up into two things: your username and password. And once you get the username, you can go to key value map. Like key value map is nothing but another entry. I'll go to my API management. If you come to key value map, you can create for this API. So you can create your key value map as like your API, and you can create a number of users. Like I can use just client. Like let's take an example. If I'm using that user as my authentication, you can go to this user ID, and you can maintain this user ID as your entry in your KVM. I'll show you in detail tomorrow how you can use that combination of uh, KVM, combination of basic authentication, and how to authenticate that policy before you send this one to client. You can even restrict all your authentication in your API management with usage of policies. So that's what like this combination will help you to stop the client at your API management rather than hitting at your backend. Because some clients check as well as some authorization check that you can even implement at your API management instead of hitting backend, because backend will be busy always. Like in case of S4, it will be processing so many requests. At least we can arrest some requests, and we can actually control the traffic with your API management by implementing various policies. Okay, so that's a usage of a key value map. So if it returns correct, then you can even check the password whether my password is correct or not. If both of them are correct, then you can proceed with the next step. Otherwise, you can actually tell the username doesn't match. Okay, coming back to message logging policy. So like you might have a requirement, just to be clear, like API management doesn't log any payload like SCPI. Let's say if you want to log anything, you need to implement explicit policy called message logging policy. And this message logging policy used to help to log your API header information as well as your payload information. But using this policy will increase your resource utilization. So SAP always recommend and also ask us to be mindful whenever using message logging policy, because this can, even if the throttling effect for this policy is very huge, SAP want us to restrict our use whenever it is needed. Otherwise this policy is completely kind of you should be used only uh, based on by request or by use case, because this can actually log a number of parameters that can actually spike up the resource utilization in the server. In general, API management is a lightweight component for your integration suite. And this should have this is just a pass through. And we are just implementing the policy to add up some additional authorization and to not to hit my backend very badly by the intruders. So if anybody asks out of that one, we can actually go ahead and implement that one. Otherwise, we can just keep it as it is. So coming back to your OAuth 2.0 policy. So with OAuth 2.0 policy, you can actually create a OAuth 2.0 token also, and you can actually pass it to your client. And you can even use get for getting the token, set for setting the token in some variable. Yeah, so then Python script, as I explained earlier, so like this is similar to your JavaScript, where if some combination is not achievable through Java, or it takes a lot of coding effort through JavaScript, then you can use Python script, because Python has a number of libraries that can bring your output in a short way. Quota is a policy just I put into an API management. This is something like, let's consider an example. Your S4 has 100 services and you expose 100 services. Okay. So in this case, you cannot allow your consumer hit like 100,000 call in a minute. Your S4 will be bombarded. How do I control my call for hitting my S4? You can implement two policy, quota or spike arrest. So, but I'll just give the difference between quota and spike arrest a bit later. But I'll just explain what is my quota. So I can put for a particular you can actually define either by minute, hour, or by day. I need to only pass this many quota limit. Like this one, let's take an example. For a minute, I can put only I am allowing 60 calls. Beyond that 60 call, it will actually turn the flag into false. Then you can implement another policy called raise fault. So where you can actually give a custom message to the consumer that you have hit crossed your API consumption limit. Then it will give too many requests, then come back after 1 minute. So in this way, you can actually limit your quota by either by minute or by some hours or by day. This will actually entirely safeguard your S4 system from your intruder or some attacks. And reset quota is something like if your quota is overwhelmed and it is actually not being, sometimes we have seen in SAP API management. This is very rare situation. Where in case like if your quota limit is completely set inbound to the API management, it is very difficult to reset the quota. Then SAP offers a reset quota policy that clears out all the existing quota for that API, and that we can actually bring that API back to normal. That's a usage of your reset quota policy. Then coming back to your service followed policy, as I explained, so service followed is something like just think about having a request reply within CPI. The same thing service followed will be used. Just it will act as your adapter to make the HTTP connection to any system internally, and get the response. Once you get the response, you can use other policy to set it. Spike arrest is something like, so let's take an example. I have a massive request, but this is not controlled through any hours or minutes or seconds. Spike arrest is something like it'll actually see for the request in general for a day. So this is completely for a day. When I see a request is crossing more than 40,000 in a day, this API will start throwing an error to the consumer. I see a potential spike, like, so the API can be going. So let me put in an other way, like your API consumption should be something like 20 or 30 calls that should go per day. But some intruders suddenly get hack off your time system, and they are actually spiking the request from 20 to suddenly to 100 to 200,000. So it will, the average traffic monitor for this spike arrest is something like it's only 30 at any point of time in a day. But if it sees a spike of around 100 or 200, like it will just stop that API completely. So which is better, which is not better is based on your use case. So in general, quota policy has very good use case, but spike arrest has some limitation. But generally, client goes with quota policy than your spike arrest policy. Okay, so any queries till now, like with any policy implementation, we can see one or two policy implementation. The main thing about the spike arrest or any traffic management policy, right? Like we have to, the main agenda for integration suite, or especially on the API management, this acts as a gateway to your backend system. So your backend is your core heart of your enterprise. I don't want my enterprise system to be damaged. I am okay to damage myself by putting all this policy so that I can actually restrict myself when any intruder call or any third party attack. So this is the major information about all these policies. Yeah. So then coming back to the SAML assessment policy. So this is another policy where in some use case, let's take an example. I have a API management where I need to pass the principal ID from, let's take an example, somebody is creating a sales order through API management to S4 system. So whenever they create a sales order, the consumer, your SAP system, as part of your audit requirement, as well as part of the compliance, they want to know who created this order. So in order to achieve that one, so what we will do in SAP API management, based on the ID. So let's take an example. This API server will be consumed in your UI application. Assume that UI application can track the user ID, like track the user who is a logon user ID. And from that logon user ID, you can even validate like whether this is a trusted user or not. And if this is a trusted user within your IDP, then you can pass this user ID to your SAML assertion policy. And this SAML assertion will help you to generate a SAML assertion token. And this token will have a number of parameters. And those parameters are nothing but asserted, SAML asserted parameters, and those will be trusted in your S4 system. And this will pass as a certificate whenever you make a SAML assertion between your S4 and SAP. From your API management SAP S4, because this is associated to a SAML assertion, and this is considered as a single sign-on, because somebody is using a UI screen. From UI screen, they are consuming your API. UI is able to pass their user ID. Once they able to pass the user ID, you are with the API management, you are actually creating your SAML assertion or SAML assertion token, and that established authorized connection to your SAP S4 system, and consider that ID also already exists in your system. A certain token will be authenticated, and that authenticator will help you to track who created an order in SAP, and that information help you to go and store in your change log of an SAP. This helps in so many use cases when it comes to SSO or SSO implementation or a single sign-on implementation. This helps for the compliance team to find out who created this, like bulk cash value or a bulk value of an order, and that can help for financial tracking purpose. Any queries to this time? So since we have 2 more minutes, like I just want to understand, like if anybody has any doubts, and we can actually talk other policies as well as implementing some of the policies tomorrow, and then you will be kind of completely settled with it. It actually reduces the number of API call for the API consumer, but it will not reduce the number of call back to the backend, because backend will be anyway making the 2 calls. But for the API consumer, they want the easy way of connectivity, right? So your caching policy plays a major role in that case. Let's take an example. If there are 100,000 orders has to be created in a day. For every time, if I go and get the token, then I'm going to make 200,000 API calls. Like in that case, if I use a caching policy, I can reduce the call by half.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a use case for SAP BTP Integration Suite? Option A, integrating on-premises systems with cloud applications. Option B, orchestrating business processes across multiple systems. Option C, exposing and managing APIs for external consumption. Option D, developing and extending SAP S/4HANA functionality. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to master SAP BTP Integration Suite? Our course is here to guide you every step of the way. In this course, you will delve into SAP BTP Integration Suite, a powerful tool for managing supplies seamlessly. From ensuring we have enough products to efficiently getting them where they need to be, SAP BTP Integration Suite has got you covered. Our course covers it all, from the basics to advanced techniques, crafted by seasoned experts in the field. Your instructors are seasoned professionals with years of experience, dedicated to helping you grasp the concepts and addressing any queries you may have. And guess what? Our students rave about the course too. Folks just like you have found it incredibly beneficial. The best part? It's budget friendly, offering you a fantastic opportunity to enhance your skills without breaking the bank. Ready to become a SAP BTP Integration Suite Pro? Enroll now on our page. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website.